Okay. I'm awake. Okay, alright. So, it's Sunday, and somehow for the 8th time already, it's time for Second Impact. It's 5:10? 5:10? Not, okay, 5:09 by the clock, 5:09 by the clock, okay, 5:10 now. You know. Yeah, it's 5:10. So, I'm pretty surprised. It doesn't feel like 8 weeks ago we started this, but indeed it is. And that's pretty awesome. And things are going pretty awesomely, and, you know. Where the fuck is it 5:10 p.m. in America? Yeah, because that's where I live, right? Anyways. Yeah, so, yeah, we're already on the Second Impact number 8, so, you know, I'm glad people have been enjoying and participating in it. For those of you guys who haven't participated in it, I highly recommend it. As most people who have will probably encourage you to do so. I'd just like to mention again, in case somehow you don't know, on Fridays now we do Dunny-Sense, which is a kind of ranking system. So you're pretty much playing casual with people, but people basically keep track of records of the matches you play. And it all gets compiled by Cody, the miraculous Dunny-Sen master. And people get awesome ranks, which mean absolutely nothing except to you, because, you know, it's just a number. But it's pretty fun for people to just have some extra weight in their casual matches and get a good idea of whether they're getting better. Well, everybody's getting better, right? But, you know, getting better and kind of where they stand up relative to other people. And they're also team hold matches, meaning you know who your partner is. They're not shuffle, right? That's the important part. Playing non-shuffle matches is really important to getting actually into the deeper aspects of the game. And yes, while most of these matches are shuffle, just because shuffle is the easiest way to net play. Actually, not all of them are shuffle. I take that back. I apologize for that. A lot of these now are going to be more team hold because people are submitting Dunny-Sen matches. But I really cannot stress how you can be a really good shuffle player, as in you can win most of the time in shuffle, and be not very good at team hold. And that might be okay to you. You might say, well, that's fine with me, because I play melee shuffle, and that's fine. If you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. But for those of you guys who do want to get seriously good, team hold is generally what matters more than shuffle. Okay, so it's only 2 minutes in. I already have to drink some water, but let's go ahead and just start, yeah? So starting this week, we're doing something special, and you'll see what it is quite soon. In addition, tomorrow, we have a shuffle tournament tomorrow. Now, I scheduled it. I apologize again. I originally had scheduled it for yesterday, I believe. But instead, we're doing it tomorrow. Not only are we doing it tomorrow, but I have to bump back the time, most likely, to 4 p.m. Now, I would like to start at 4 instead of 5. I scheduled it for 5. I have some time scheduling conflicts tomorrow out of nowhere, so if people are around at 4, I would like to start it at 4. If that's not the case, that's fine. Starting at 5 is not a possibility, but we will have to be going fast. I want to try and finish it in an hour. My goal is to finish it in an hour. I know that might sound crazy, but it will be single elim probably, and it's best of 1 since it's a shuffle. So I think as long as people are on the ball, we can finish it pretty quickly. We'll see how that goes. It'll probably be like either a 3-round Swiss or a 3-round single elim, or a 3-round double elim, but it's best of 1, so it should be very, very fast. I mean, you know, it's take care of 4 people in 3 minutes, right? Good, okay. So let's just go ahead and start. Enough announcements and stuff like that, right? So the first person we are going to look at is Rocky Mountains, right? This is, let me just double check who this is. I believe This is Cypher, aka Pokemon, aka Rock number. Yeah. Great. Yes. So let's go ahead and take a look at these. So he's gonna be playing God in a couple of these, so we're just gonna go ahead and take a look at it. So let me go ahead and read his comments. He says, okay, here more God. Just here, more God. I had to fix my Quanta problems. And a few questions. These questions are not part of the replay, so I will answer them after. Oh, what's up, Donnie? Okay, so let's go. So this is God Freedom versus VPO Trinidad. Now we've seen Pokemon, God a couple times, and it's definitely been getting a lot better in previous successive weeks that he's been spitting. This is really loud. That's a bit better. That's better. We don't really need this too loud. Okay, that's a little bit too quiet. Okay. So that kind of God field stuff I actually kind of like. So yeah. 8B into God Finger. This is legit. Good activate. 8B cut. All right. The best stage. The best stage. So, this God Finger there. I actually think it's kind of slow. God Finger is not actually that fast. Good block though. I like that block. I mean, can't be helped, but miraculously he survived. So that's actually not good there though. He died second. So I was about to be really amazed. Raw God Finger gets cut. I was about to be very amazed at the fact that he survived that exchange. That was an extremely dangerous situation, and I was about to applaud him for living that long. Unfortunately, that's not a good activate. Unfortunately, that kind of put him in the danger zone, and yeah, his opponent died, or his partner died. So he's overcosted and not so good. But yeah, he's pressing A, getting those combos. And his opponents are pretty fucked. And a really poor activate gets hit by the toe. Yeah. So, So, like that turn X, not so good. The best time to activate, asks Skater, when is the best time to activate? The best time to activate is when it matters. As long as it makes a significant enough impact. So, it doesn't need to be a, Well, that is like a lie. Okay, so this AJ lied to me. Why does it not hold up. Oh, let's refresh this. Let's Okay, so that's annoying. Fine. Be difficult. Just be difficult. It wants to be difficult. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't capture after you reload after it. Yeah, it's like X Factor, right? The X Factor, U X Factor. Nah, right. When's the best time to activate? Any time that makes a difference. So okay, great. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So what is this? This is God Master, all right? So double G Gundam team, pretty cute. And GPO3 Freedom. okay. You know, it's a pretty good keep away team. So this matchup is, you know, how do you get in, right? Just try and get in. I kind of like Freedom Front in that match, but I think GPO 3 Front's okay. It's kind of like just who's the better back player, honestly. So, anyway, so, you know, last match, yeah, you know, turn X kind of not so good of a player. But right now, we're just trying to look at his movement. I'm not really caring about, you know, whether he's going to hit this guy with Sekiha or not. I'm just taking a look at, you know, how is he boosting, you know, is he overheating? So that's like that's pretty alright, actually pretty good use of Godfield there because he was overheated, right? He needs to get in here. So like this kind of stuff's alright. That's cute. Godfinger, yeah. Yeah, overheat. 5 BBB, that's pretty legit. You can do better in overheat, but yeah, 8B. So it's good. 8B, you know, 8B's good. Playing on this stage is a little bit Dan's game, but you know. So here I would like to activate, as he's at 81. Let's go ahead and rewind this a bit. As when does he hit activate? He actually hits activate quite some time ago. Around here, right? Oh, he gets hit by this Garaby, puts him at like 1 something, right? Alright, so here, when you have half, is when you want to be looking for using your burst, which is basically when you have it, right? That's a no-brainer. So let's take a look and see what happens. You can see. So yeah, here is really where I would have liked an activate. You can see here that he's not really in danger of being cut. Now, remember that when you activate as a mobile fighter, so G Gundam suit, you enter Meikyo Shisui mode, which makes you do more damage. So it's actually very legit to throw up a activate when it kind of helps, but you get like guaranteed damage because it is 20% more, and 20% is quite a lot. It's gonna probably be the difference between Freedom dying in 2 combos versus 1 combo here. If you look at his HP, he's probably at about 400, yeah, 400-ish. So, you know, it's the difference between putting him at like sub 200, maybe even putting him at like 130 or 150, which is well, not too big of a deal in this match because people don't have Zundas, but certainly if his partner was, you know, like Turnex or something, somebody who can just do BR for a good solid like 140, 150 or whatnot, right? Or more, then, you know, that's actually a really big deal. It's kind of like playing a game with high damage output, like, say, Persona, where, you know, distributing your damage in such a way that you don't actually care about doing max damage. You just say he's dead in 2 combos, right? That's where it actually makes a big deal. So similarly here, an activate may make the difference in, you know, because that's like the difference of, you know, 270 or 300 or whatnot versus like 250, 240, right? Or even less, you know. So so it makes a difference. And here, right, I mean, as we can see from here, and I believe he does get his melee without the activate, so, you know, it's not the end of the world, but it's all about cut. So I believe here he gets hit. Yeah, so he gets shot here, right? And yeah, so, you know, that's a problem, right? And it's those kind of semi-unexpected moments, right? Because if we look here, now, if we were really paying attention, we could know that that GPO3 was on our butt, right? Let's see here. So you can see here that the radar's flashing here. We are being fired at here, right? Fire and stuff. You can see that our shadow has actually absorbed something. 2 things, one from Freedom, one from GPO3. So you can see that, you know, even though right here there's no flash, we know we're being shot at here. So that's one of the reasons why activate's pretty important, is you should have been able to sense that you're probably being fired at. I mean, you're going ham on this Freedom player. Now, you don't want to rely on your partner to protect if you can help it, right? So, yes, it would be nice if his partner had known to get on that guy and maybe prevented it, but yeah, it's a little hard when both of you guys are melee trying to prevent a range-to-range cut. That's not just you know, you can't just take that for granted. You can go ahead and change this chat, by the way. This is small. Good. Scroll this down. Good. So, you know, so activate, right? So here I think would have been a good time. Now, as I always constantly say, when you have activate, it's not necessarily about knowing exactly when the best time to activate is, but making your own situations to make activates good. So a lot of using your activate is actually knowing how to play with activate. So in this particular situation, for example, I may have opted to, instead of go for this raw Godfield Rainbow Step melee, to go for maybe boosting around and trying to get punished with Pillar, right? Because say you miss, then you can activate, boost, and definitely punish the landing if you don't get that Pillar. And, you know, Pillar will make it a little bit less difficult to prevent yourself from getting cut. Because if you Pillar and someone shoots at you, you just boost out of it, and, you know, then you can close up. And hopefully by that time, then your partner is, you know, doing something useful, right? Because his partner's definitely not helping him out on freedom, so he must be doing something, right? Logic. So I would like to see a decent activate, and, you know, by this point, 81 HP, you know. So here, again, I would have liked an activate, but he got snapped with something random. So double jump, this is really smart, yeah. So not a lot of people would realize that as a mobile fighter, but, you know, one of its strong suits is you do get that big high jump. So jumping up like that to catch someone up in the air is actually a pretty important feat, and, you know, you should be aware that your jump is not just terrible as a mobile fighter. It actually can be of somewhat use. So 5 HP, you know, just activate. You know, I would probably recommend to a lot of people at this point they just take the full, but it's God. They're kind of behind. Well, they're not super behind. I don't remember when Master died. Okay, may have been a long time ago. Okay, maybe they're behind. I can't see how much HP Master has. Maybe they're behind. If they are behind, even more the reason to use your half. But unfortunately, he dies. Now, that's not the end of the world. I mean, the point that I initially pointed out for activating would have probably been the best time. But after that, there weren't very many good opportunities to activate. So, you know. Now he has a half. Now, his master's actually good. He's at 100%. So, they're actually okay. You kill Freedom once, kill Freedom twice. He hasn't activated. His master should have a full, I think. I don't remember seeing him activate on his first. So, that's useful. Yes, no! Good. I approve of this. Yeah, so he gets that damage there. And this is a really good situation, too. Should get this. Yeah, 5BB. Defense activate. That's really terrifying. And there goes Master's burst. Which is not full. Ah, he's dead. So, yeah, how did he get hit here? Let's watch this again. Well, that's an easy fix, right? So God Shadow is not good. I will just say that again. God Shadow's not good. So God Shadow is free. It doesn't really cost you anything. You might as well have it up, but it's certainly not worth sacrificing things for. So throwing up God Shadow on Wake Up when someone's kind of close to you is not a good idea. Yeah. So, whoops, I have to recapture this part too. Give me a sec. So God Shadow, you cannot Rainbow Step it, I believe. I don't think you can Rainbow Step it. I do not think you can Rainbow Step it. I may be entirely wrong about that, but I believe you can't Rainbow Step it. And the only reason I say that is I don't remember seeing people Rainbow Step it, and I always boost dash out of it, and I tell myself there's probably a reason for that, which is it's probably not Rainbow Step cancelable. In any case, yeah, so God Shadow, regardless, not the best tool, and ow, that's got hurt. So, yeah, they were doing okay. I mean, his partner was at a ton of health. They killed Freedom. So it was just a sticky situation that happened here. And what was really the issue? Well, one was the full burst, right? One was the full burst. And, you know, one was the full burst, the other was the God Shadow. So it was a combination of those two, you know. Not what we wanted, right? Just, that was not what we wanted. So, you know, I think the biggest thing so far is really burst timing. You know, I still think some of these God fields are wonky, but I'd say overall they're better than they are worse, I suppose. So between unsuccessful and successful uses of God field, I would say that Cypher is leaning more towards the successful usage category, which is good. I still don't personally recommend it as your primary maneuver, but if you're going to use it, I do say it is pretty playstyle oriented, and some of it is good. So the more you use it, the better you'll get used to it, right? And it's better than not ever using it and not knowing how to use it. So I think that's fine, right? I think that's great. Anything else I want to say about that match? Let's just go ahead and watch another. Alright, so what is this matchup? It is on Angel. Alright, so we have Keradim God. Kind of the thing God doesn't really want to play, but, you know. You gotta do what you gotta do. Against the GPO, is this the same dude? It might be the same dude. I wasn't paying attention to the names of the people, but GBO3 and RK. So I think it's pretty evenish. Pretty evenish. Even enough. So we got this double 2.5k wonkiness going on. It's a little bit awkward. Not the end of the world. They're playing on Angel Halo. Not a lot of people's favorite map. So this overheat, kind of not so good. So, you know, starting off pretty aggressively off the top, you know, the start of the round. Not necessarily bad, but I will have to say, if you're gonna footsie around with Sekiha like you are, then you do want to. That's good. Great bits, great bits, and amazing additional combo help by that Keradim player. So good job, Keradim player there. If you are gonna use Sekiha, then try not to be aggressive after Sekiha. You do use a lot of bursts. You notice he did like boost, jump, a level 2 Sekiha, and then hey, Godfinger. And this is when you really like this map. That sucked though. So again, we don't have a good activate. Let's go ahead and just rewind that and take a look. Oh yeah, we actually had some perfect timing on this activate here, which is, I believe you gotta take one more time. Yeah, no combo, right? Excellent. So 145, we just barely get our activate. Excellent, excellent. This is exactly what we wanted. We all see the RK is low. These are pretty much the perfect factors for making a game-winning activate here. He's dead, right? So, you know, activate here is honestly not bad. You have a lot of bursts, so it's not the end of the world, and I believe he does get this, so that's okay. But we do really want to be looking for times to activate, and, well, you know, we did not pay attention there, so... As I said before, it is very legit when you're playing with a mobile fighter to be liberal about your usage of burst. You notice that I am very critical with a lot of people's replays about when they burst, and I will often say that's not a good burst, it's a waste, right? That's a wasted burst. Yes, team combo. That's an amazing friendly fire hit. That's quite incredible. With God, Master, and you know, Dragon, it's a little different because even though, you know, even if the activate itself doesn't give you damage you otherwise would not have had, you do get a movement and damage bonus, which means excellent Keradim. Which means, right, which means that, you know, even if it's not a very optimal burst, you generally get other buffs So it's still useful when you're a mobile fighter. So if you're somebody who enters Meikyo Shisui mode, right? It's pretty legit to throw it up liberally. It's better that you throw it up than that you have a full. Fulls are okay in this game if timed right, but it feels very lackluster as a mobile fighter because a lot of times, especially because if you're using a full, you probably want to defensively use it, which, you know, means you took even more damage and blah 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 blah. And what ends up happening a lot of times is if you go for a full as an MF suit, sometimes you can just only have that one full, and you're like, well, I only had one chance to glow gold, and maybe it didn't work out so well, then the game's just over. You're just like, that kind of sucked, right? Versus getting 3, you know. Now, it's a little difficult to get, you know, you can't really, well, you can get 3. You can get 3 as 2.5, but it's really hard. Not, well, it's like, yeah, it's really hard. So, in practicality, it's like 2, okay? So, 2 feels much better than a 1.5 that, you know, that kind of, you don't get to dictate the timing for, right? Or the one that you do get to choose. So that's the problem with the half, where with the full. If you have a full, you're either like, okay, I have this full, I want to pop it somewhat soon, I want to find a good opportunity for it, though I just hope it comes, or hope I can make it one, because I know my opponents know I have a full, right? Or I hope they hit me in like a really bad way so I can just burst and hit them, right? So when neither of those scenarios really play out right, a full feels just very, very problematic, you know? So, especially for like a close range suit where it really feels like you need to capitalize on that one time you get in, or 2, or 3, or that knockdown, right? So, in those kind of situations, you really do feel the difference in your activation timing. So far with these, that's the last God replay, so, you know, biggest things off the top of my head, I'm going to say activation timings. Activation timings. Yeah, okay, so he's gonna play Quanta, and this is Quanta carrying him. It's excellent. What was that? I like this map. I like this map, by the way. I like this map. What's up, Chase? How are you doing, dude? I haven't seen you in a while. How's life treating you? Is this Zeta High New? Right, this is good. This is good. Okay. Yeah, so 2B. That's an insanely interesting shield. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So it would be nice here to use boost dash melee. I understand. Oh shit, layout. I'm too bad at this. Rewind this. I'm bad at this. I need an assistant. Good. Real life is arduous, yeah. It tends to be that way. So, also randomly on a side note, sidesteps are not actually that good against frontals. So I will tell you that they are not. They're okay, but so here, right, boost dash melee I would have liked that a lot more than that, but no. So like 2B is okay, but you want to rainbow step it. Make sure you do it. He has an activate. He has an activate, right? No, activate. Ah. Okay, so he kills Zeta. This is really good, right? Like, here, actually, you should just fucking try and kill him. Here, you should just shield bits. Shield bits. Shield bits. Shield bits. Oh, yes. Good shield bits. 5B. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm really surprised he didn't get cut, but I think the Hainu fucked up pretty royally, and he should pay for it here. He should die here. Okay, so that was not, you know, that's not what we wanted to happen, but we're really ahead. We have bits and shield bits and oh, please, yes, just press button. So opponents here not knowing how to avoid melee means it's very difficult for me to comment on much other than your own just set play. So I will say boost dash melee more. It would have prevented you from getting hit a couple times. And again, trans-amp timing. Now that trans-amp timing was okay, but it could have been better. All right. Could have been better. We ended up being a little bit wasteful here. He's partnering with Masal. That's great. And, you know, so he's doing 2B kind of like as an attack, which is okay, but you want to make sure you rainbow step it because a lot of times you hit them or got contact with your 2B, but then you didn't rainbow step and you got hit by the other dude. So, you know. So, shield bits would have been nice there, but, you know. I actually don't really agree with using the neutral sword bits here because you actually really want the shield bits up when you get them. So that's a little bit unfortunate. So is that. Boost dash melee. 2B, that's good. Gets hit by charge shot A. So we are paying attention to his activate. Good, 120. Well, let's see some magic. So really less 5B. Really less 5B. Less 5B. Yeah. I mean, 5B's okay when you know for sure you're not going to get cut and you know it's going to hit. But boost dash melees, I would really recommend just pouring it out. Yeah, so, you know. I mean, it works, but looks like these people don't really know how to handle melee, so you know, it's really hard to comment on that. I would definitely say boost dash melee. Yeah. Boost dash melee, try not to use sword bits when you know that you might want to use shield bits. So if you're in close range, just scattering sword bits is not the most useful thing to do. Because then we have no access to shield bits, unfortunately. But I like the use of 2B here, and general movement's okay. But we do need to kind of clean up our melee confirms a bit, so I would have actually liked to see some shield bit action there into a landing punch of some sort, but even a shield bit here is okay. So, you know, giving up a little bit too early, right? I mean, I think you gave up a little bit too half-heartedly here. Giving up on that really makes me sad. Let's watch this again. I mean, he had a boost, you know. I mean, you can pressure him there. You have shield bits. Probably could have made that happen instead you got hit, right? So, I mean, giving up on people too early is almost worse than just not even pursuing them at all. So less 8B, right? It might be on accident, but really boost dash melee. We really want to see the boost dash melee. Really want to see it here. So we have this activate, right? Let's take a look and see when he got it. He got pretty nicely, right? Perfect. Perfect, that's like the best. Knocked it down into activate's exactly what you want, right? It gives you plenty of time to say, okay, I have 50% meter. Let me just think about this. Okay, right? You have, you know, plenty of opportunities here now. You get this knockdown too, so you can just do whatever you want. And again, I will also mention Buster Sword. You do not put on Buster Sword, die and activate. So, or not die and activate, but die without activating. So, Quan doesn't have a suit where you really want to have. That's like almost the most important thing in the game. Is you know, is halving. So you really want to half burst. I haven't really seen you put on Buster Sword, so we do want to see that Buster Sword. It's all at half, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, this is you're probably gonna get this, right? Yeah. Boost dash melee 5BB drop combo, but you know, we do want to see our 5Bs be replaced generally with boost dash melee, right? Yeah, you know, that's okay because he was kind of high up in the air, boosting would have been awkward, and the opponent was KO'd, so that's a pretty good 2B. I like that 2B. It didn't work out because Wake is dumb, but in principle, that was a great 2B because you knew that you were going to get fucked if you just didn't do anything and you really had no other option, so this is fine. Shield bits here as you're being pursued by V2 sounds like really good. You probably would have been free. This shield bit, well, this works out great. Again, though, I really would have liked boost dash melee, and you would avoid getting hit by that, but you have an activate. So we get our second of the game, and that's the game. So, was this the third one? Yes, it was. So that's gonna be it for Cypher's replays. We get to move really fast now, TTT. I'll go ahead and answer these questions by Cypher. So Cypher asked, he asked, let me bring up these questions here. P.S. I don't know when the right time to shoot with my Dunamis, so I'll miss a lot. Tips, please. When they're landing, when they're moving at the same path as you. So when you're staring like down the barrel as they're moving. How to beat an awesome crossbow and full cloth player. Strike Freedom. I'm assuming you mean the comp. Full cloth, Strike Freedom. I don't know what to say about that because I don't know what you're playing. Swordbuster would be better in EXVS if not for the glitch. How to best beat full cloth Strike Freedom. Strike Freedom. Okay, no, I guess you mean either full cloth or Strike Freedom. I'm going to actually skip this question because I don't really feel like just explaining exactly how to defeat full cloth and Strike Freedom. It's like a really, really loaded question that could, you know, that's kind of a lengthy question. So, without knowing what suit you're playing, I could just, you know, talk for quite a while about that. So I'd rather just move on. Okay, great. So we're gonna go ahead and look at Burger Kong's replays next. So let's take a look. He's playing. He's 1 game as Master and 2 games as IJ. So we'll take a look at this Master one first. Good. I believe he's playing Master. Let me just double check here. Yes, he is. Good. Master Freedom, Xi, Hoggies. Was good. Some solid teams. Very solid teams. So excellent work by his partner. Good job, partner. You can just leave the game now, and you know it's perfect. So I actually like. I'm gonna go back here. I kind of like. I'm kind of curious about this situation here, which happens here. So you kind of have a decision here, which is. Can you get this Toggies? And the answer is well, if he whips you, probably not unless you bait the whip with a BR. Or I don't really remember what you call his. I will call it a darkness balls, whatever you want to call it, right? Fireballs. So, you know, you probably have 6B, Rainbow Step 6B, maybe if you're fast, a third one. Probably not though. Darkness shot. Okay, right. So let's rewind this a little bit back. So we can. Oh, okay. So it looks like from your perspective you could not tell. No. Yeah. Okay. So he. So this is not. So I'm not actually saying what you did is bad, but it's interesting to point out that you made a conscious decision here. Now. It's a little bit awkward of a situation because you see he actually took off here, right? So. There's 2 situations. There is. Now, you might have actually not been sure whether or not you could have 6B'd around this shot, but I believe you can. Now, the question here is actually from this distance, because 6B is so good, you may, if he chose to boost, you may be able to hit him here, because if he just tried to boost away, you may be able to 6B, Rainbow Step 6B, and actually hit him. If you think he's gonna whip here, you could have neutral subbed or darkness shotted. But I like this decision that you just decide not to do it, right? But here, by this point, is where I'm a little bit iffy. Because this is actually a pretty okay opportunity. You're already automatically ahead. Now, pursuing Toggies in itself is not that good of an idea. It would have been nice to see you try, though. But, you know, yeah, so that's a little bit of a blunder. But, you know, this kind of situation... Let's rewind this. This kind of situation is actually kind of what you work to get a lot of times. So, feels a little bit wasted that you didn't move forward. I would have actually liked to see a boost to the left, maybe over here or something like that. I think this could have been... I can actually designate with my mouse now. Excellent, right? So, you know, boosting here maybe would have been nice. Now, it's true that that matchup's quite bad, so it's okay not to do it. But you were already pretty close, so if you're not aware that this was actually a good opportunity, then, you know, I think it's worth learning how to deal with this kind of situation. If you were aware and you just said, well, you know, Togi's kind of not so good of a match, I just didn't want to really worry about it, that's fine too. But if that's the case, then you probably want to boost to the right. Right? That's why my impression is otherwise, because you boost to the left here, kind of away. This movement here to the wall, this feels, that's unfortunate for you, but you could have corrected that with the swerve if you really wanted the wall. I would just be careful of this kind of situation. Like, as soon as you bump into the wall like that, you probably just want to boost again because you're like, ah, fuck. Right? Because there's a chance you're just going to get stuck on this dumb edge, right? So this here shows me you're kind of hesitant. So I would say, if, you know, like, by here, I feel like you still kind of want to hope Togi's fucks up, but, you know, and then you just gotta get slapped here, so we don't really get to see what would have played out, but, you know, but I will say, you know, that kind of situation can be okay for you. It's worth trying if you're not aware. If you haven't really tried it out, I would recommend trying out that exchange to see how it feels for you. Good. Now that sucks, but okay. So yeah, you kind of like give up on Togi's here. That sucks. So let's go ahead and watch this. So this is kind of stuff we can really go ahead and dig deep in. Yeah, but whiteboard's like, I don't know, it's a little bit more ugly because I have to erase it and stuff. Yeah, I don't really like the whiteboard feature. So, I mean, you get this hit here. How did he get hit? Okay, so I would honestly say this was not so good. So if we actually watch the Kushi here, watch his movement. The first thing I said was, when I looked, was like, well, that didn't work out that well. Then we watched the second time. I said, you hit him with Darkness Shot. Then I said, why did you get hit by his Darkness Shot? So let's watch the Kushi's movement here. Let's watch the Kushi's movement here. We can very much see why you hit him with Darkness Shot, which is he goes boost shot, boost shot, boost shot, boost shot, boost shot. You Darkness Shot him, right? So his movement there, not so good. Not so good. You know, and your reward was also very piddly. So I would say, you know, I mean, you don't really want to be a Darkness Shot team. You don't have to, right? Yeah, I mean, honestly, this Darkness Shot here was, I mean, I don't really like this Darkness Shot here. What would have been nice is switching to Togi's here. You're already really low on boost though, so this exchange in general is a little bit wonky. And why do I say that? Well, there's two things. First of all, it was the decisions you made when you took off, but just here. So not only did you sidestep, which is generally okay when you're footseeing, but like it was kind of clear that you wanted to go in here, but Kushi took off at the same time as you, right? And we can see here that Freedom has been moving. Did he take off from the ground? I don't think he landed. I think he was moving, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, he lands here, but by that time you can't really see it. So, I mean, I guess it worked out because he landed. So basically, like, everybody is taking off the ground at the same time, right? Everybody's taking off from the ground at the same time. That's actually not really what you want as Master. You want to catch them when they're a little bit off guard, when they're, in fighting game terminology, when they're minus frame, basically. When you have a little bit of an advantage, right? You have no real advantage here other than proximity. You're not very close though, right? You're not within the one melee range. You're certainly not within whip range, right? You're within like Darkness Finger, Rainbow Step melee range, right? And there's like shit flying everywhere, and you don't really have a good sense of what your partner's doing, right? So here I would actually say this situation is actually very like, to me, this is the kind of situation I'm like, oh, I hope something good happens, because in this situation, everybody's taking off the ground, everybody has even boost. It's very hard to intuit what the fuck's gonna go on other than people running away and shooting you. And if you don't have a good plan for that, if you don't have a good plan for that, yeah. So Larks, I would have landed here. That's all right. I would have landed here probably, like not this rainbow step, but like right there, like. I probably would have. I would have probably, after the 6B, I probably would have like rainbow step jumped or boosted and landed like over here or something, right? I think that would have been pretty safe. Might have gotten caught by that BR, but So so it worked out kind of okay, but I mean your partner didn't get hit, but it's a little iffy. It's a little iffy. Or, a jump would have been okay too. So by that time the landings just kind of get so much shit on you, right? So, that's okay. Yes. Oh well. So that was Bug's fault. He fucked up. Like, look at that melee, man. Look at this melee. Right, this should have actually been a very much you fucked up moment, right? By here, this is actually kind of where you should say, ah, fuck. Right, this is where you should say, ah, fuck. Because here is where Kushi should have swiveled to look at you and shot you with BR as he's falling. But this whip probably should have also just been another 6B. Is that what Lark said too? Oh. Should have been another Garaby. Yeah, it could have been a Garaby too. I'm pretty okay with the Garaby there. Honestly, anything other than whiffing this melee would have been fine. This whip also didn't work out. I mean, I guess it's smart that you read him to melee, but he shouldn't have meleeed there in the first place. So normally I would have just said 6B again. The whip's kind of not gonna work out. Or if you had seen, if you thought he was gonna Garaby right here, how do I? Oh shit. Okay, what's the hotkey to move back a frame? All right, some amazing friend should go look up what the hotkey in VLC is to skip back a frame or forward a scrub forward a frame. But like right, here. So if you thought he was gonna Garaby, neutral sub arrow key is not the case. No, it is definitely not. So 6B here actually, not only would it have worked in hindsight, but I actually think it's probably a little bit better because, well, if he landed, you're fucked anyways. Honestly. F? No, that's full screen. If you landed, you're fucked anyways. Honestly. VLC actually runs a little bit better. I mean, I guess I could run an NPC, but VLC seems to run better for some reason, performance-wise. Maybe my NPC is like bogged down with something, but anyways, so yeah. Anyways, I don't know. E is frame forward. Oh, what's frame back? W? Oh, that's not. What did I do? Okay. So R? There's no frame back. Are you fucking kidding me? Or whatever. Whatever. Alright. Okay, so, you know, so this situation, you know, he fucked up. And you barely get him. Looks like he overheated too, so, I mean, you know. So honestly, if you get an overheat like that, you might as well 6B or neutral sub. Darkness shot is not so good. First of all, the bar is very weak, right? If you land an N sub or a 6B, even overheat, you can get pretty okay damage. But darkness shot is gonna lead to like knockdown only when you're like landing like that. It's also kind of slow. Honestly, travel slow. I mean, there's not really an option there that darkness shot would have really worked out very well for, where 6B or neutral sub probably would have been okay too, you know. So I would say, I would say here, yeah. I mean, it's good that you realize you're overheated and you're like, well, I'm fucked if he hits me, right? I might as well do something. But you do want to do something that works. Burger Kong is very old school. I like that Yomi with the darkness shots. Pity didn't work out too well, but oh well. You have an activate. Partner's not dead yet, right? So here we want to activate. It looks like you're gonna go for it right here. Good. A good point. A good note to point out. So, you know, this was actually very passive, I feel like. This was very passive movement. I feel like you could have been a little more aggressive, right? So, yeah, let's watch this here. So you already know, we know, I know, you know, the viewers know you want to activate here, right? You know, Master 101. So, when you get up, we are looking for here, we're looking, okay, how are we going to get in? We just want to get in, right? We want to get in and activate and kill somebody. It's not too complicated, right? So let's watch how you move again. So this is okay, right? I like this. But here, now the most important thing is distance, 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 right? So when they boost back this way, right, and you're kind of moving forward towards the camera, it's here we want to recorrect. Boosting, you know, like this would probably be okay. Switching to Talgies would be really great. Even just boosting forward and trying to pursue Shigen would have been okay. But here you actually lose some distance, and then you curve to the side here. So these kind of choices, and then, you know, you jump and they move back. So you're stuck in the situation where if I'm in your situation, I see you have one more option here. Let's boost this way, right? Boost this way, right? So it's questionable that you boost to the right here and put yourself in green lock. On a side note, it's a really, really good idea when you're overheated right before you activate to do a darkness finger, because darkness finger, you know, well, darkness finger is quite good, right? Lark says, I would have hit melee button. I probably would have just boosted this way, I think. I probably would just boost it this way, personally. Because I see the shot coming here. Melee is okay too. Honestly, I would have boosted and darkness fingered. I would have boosted, darkness fingered, activated, and then when I see the shot, sidestep, and that would have almost guaranteed get this Kashi, right? But yeah, like so you know, so overheat darkness finger is a really useful tool, so I highly recommend you utilize it. Because it's free. Like, you can use an overheat and it goes pretty far. So it's a really good way when you know you're going to it's a really good tool when you know that you're good to activate. So the other thing is, here's a problem. This is not that bad. But you're actually amazed. I didn't notice this at first, but you're in red lock here, but you get out of green lock here, so that's really problematic. Because red lock here, then you can darkness finger. You would move like this and activate, and that boost wouldn't have been that big of a problem. So it's kind of like this is okay if you were not in melee suit, but since you're melee suit and you're trying to look for an opportunity to activate, this is actually very poor spacing because you're gonna activate here, but I mean you have them in the corner, so it's not the end of the world. It's not bad. You're still at 252 when you activate. You're probably gonna hit somebody and kill someone here, but this is the difference between, like, I think a good player here could avoid getting hit by you in this situation versus a checkmated situation. I really think you could have created a checkmated situation here. Instead, this is a situation where you kind of hope they don't read what you do, because if they did read what you do, I think you're fucked. I believe, though, you're probably gonna get this. Let's see what happens. Okay, so you know this. So this. So it really sucks dick that your opponent or your partner caught you like that. It kind of it kind of ruined everything that we were really talking about for the last like 5 minutes. But honestly, I feel by this point that you fucked up. I see. So this is, I'm like, so this is still salvageable, right? So this A here does not really work out, and then kind of like you boost here, and this Kushi is like just teching, so it's not actually good for you. And now you're pretty low boost, but it looks like Kushi was a dummy and decided to just like wake up boost statue or something and block with his phase. Like he tried to, what the hell was he doing here? Is this like a Garabi that he card out of? And I was at, the fuck was this? Oh my god, did he really throw funnels at you? Wow, he really tried to throw funnels at you. No, it wasn't Garabi, that was funnel. Pretty sure that was funnel. Yeah, see, it's neutral mounted, it's his funnels. Yeah, he tried to put on funnels. You can barely see it. It comes up for like a few frames. Yeah, he throws up these funnels here in your face. See here, he's going like this, right? And there's the funnels. There's the funnels right there. You can see that for like, you know, just a little bit right before you hit him. So, you know, I do not know why he did that. I would honestly say here this was not, yeah, this Kushi player made some pretty large boo-boos, so we're just gonna ignore that. It's not really important. I will say though that, yeah, in terms of your master play, I would say you do need to focus more on the subtleties of creating melee opportunities, and that's primary experience. I know this isn't your main suit, so you know I realize that I may be being quite a bit critical, but now that you know we have the ability to really sit here and nitpick on these frame by frame replays, it's a lot easier for me to really talk about a lot more of the subtleties without just taking up ages of our time. So overall, I will just say, yeah, try and work on getting closer. Now, I do like that you're using Darkness Shot, and you might just be using it because you're not really treating him as a melee suit, but it's actually a very respectful option, right? It beats out things like Togi's Whip and, you know, perhaps Kushi Garabi and whatnot, you know. So you know, Darkness Shot's actually quite good, and I think a lot of people underrate it when they're kind of picking up Master, so it's good that you're using Darkness Shot. It might not have been the most effective tool in many of these scenarios, but it's still quite a good tool. Well, it's not really good, but, you know, it gets the job done. And, you know, you're using things like you use Side Whip, so, you know, you're using his tools, right? You're using Juniogi and all that other stuff. So, you know, generally, like, it feels like you just need to pick up on a little bit of the subtleties of moving with him. And not so much as dodging things, but just getting close. Getting close is important, so, yeah. So, you know, your partner fucked up royally and looks like he may overcost you unless you go in on that. But you are pretty ahead, so let's see what happens. Yeah, he fucks up. Now, this is, of course, very poor. So, you know, I'd hate to really promote this, but a lot of time with this suit, you don't have very many good options at certain situations, and your best job is just to YOLO mash 6B. And this is one of them, right here, just 6B. I mean, you know, oh, whip's okay too, but, you know, you're really low on boost. I mean, you know, you don't really have any option here. Just 6B the shit out of him, right? I mean, you know, you don't really have any other choice here, so. And honestly, you know, it may be due to the fact. So this is good. So I would like to activate here. So yeah, you do want to, like, here. Honestly, the dodge shot was not good because it actually put you farther away. So it's important to note just how important. It's important to know how important something is, right, Brett? It is important to understand how valuable space is here, as this darkness shot, for a lot of people, may not feel that bad. But here, the darkness shot caused you to vernier, and it was not, like, moving forward. So it kind of hampers you, because instead of activating and being, you know, like, right here, you could have probably been, like, already, like, right here or something instead, like, a lot closer. And probably just been in range to match 6B and hit him, so. So, I mean, this works out. Okay. So, well, let's move on. Alright, so, okay, good. So here we're going to see your IJ play. We've seen your IJ play for quite a bit. So this should be good. Well, your partner was, like, hitting him, so you could have just, like, you know, meleeed him or just done anything but super. Yeah, good. So I like that swiveling. I feel like you give up a little bit, as I think, you know. Okay. I don't know what that Kakushiki was doing, but that's okay. So that's quite unfortunate. We probably would have really wanted to play that scenario out quite differently here. Alright, it's good to confirm. So, okay, I believe you are actually you're not swerving fast enough. Yeah, you're not swerving fast enough. So, you are not. You are not, I believe you're not inputting your swerve correctly. So, because your angle doesn't look as sharp as IJ can get. So, to swerve at the tightest possible arc, you do not want to do the following. So you do not, I wish I could, like, show this to you on a stick without just being really awkward, but, So when you swerve, so let's just say you're boost dashing, you're boost dashing left. Okay. Actually, I will just show this to you on the stick. See if I can do this. Okay. Let me just like put some pants on. It's fucking cold. Okay. So, okay. So, let's not have glare here. This is really awkward. This is the best I can do. Okay. So, let's say you want to boost this way, right? So, CC, right? And you know, and we want to swerve down, let's say. We want to swerve down, right? Down being 2, right? So down like this, right? So the proper way to do it is not by doing 6, 6, 2, right? We do not want to hold 2. We do not want to go to 2, actually. All right. The best way to like guarantee to get the fastest angle is, so if you haven't noticed, when you like boost forward, right? When you boost forward and then press down, you actually boost. You actually switch immediately from swerving, from looking forward to down by holding down. So if you do 8cc and then hold 2, you actually swivel, right? You swivel that way. Same with if you boost. Sorry, if you're holding C and you're like looking forward, and you just hold down 2, you'll immediately swivel to face the camera, right? As fast as possible, right? Similarly, if you boost forward and then hold down, you immediately arc back, right? The problem is if you boost forward and immediately go to 2, you actually don't know what direction you're gonna turn, because it's, you know, it's like 50-50. Depends on a couple factors, right? So the best way to do it is basically you want to have it be the sharpest angle while still giving it an angle, an incline. So the best way is to go from 4 to 3. So from 4, not 4 to 2, that will actually give you a shallow boost, but 4 to 3. Now, why is the reason for that? Yeah, so similarly 8 to 1 or 8 to 3. So you want to do it not as a 90 degree, but as whatever the fuck that is. 120 degrees? I don't know. 135 degrees, I guess, right? So, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the big problem. Here's the reason why 4 to 2 is not okay. Here's the reason why 4 to 2 is not okay. So, as you're holding 2, so here is your IJ. Here's his vector. He's looking this way, right? So you boost with 4 CC. You're holding 2. He goes like this, right? Then he stops, right, at 2. Fuck, man, this fucking clock. Here, let me. Okay, so there's actually a couple different kinds of swerves, and the big one is the speed of your rotation actually depends on the sharpness of the angle. So if you are boosting up, okay, if you're boosting up and you hold 3, okay, and you hold 3, your swerve will actually be kind of slow. If you compare boosting forward and then, sorry, not 3, I'm sorry, fucking 7. Sorry. So if you're boosting to 12 o'clock and you have your direction pointed to 11 o'clock, your turn rate is actually slower than if you pointed at 12 o'clock and you then angled downwards to like fucking, you know, 7 o'clock or 1, right? So even though even if it's the same thing, like you're swerving to the left, the speed of it actually matters depending on how sharp the angle is. So if you just boost up and then you angle your stick to 7 up left, your swerve will actually be slow. if you point it forward and then you bring your stick all the way down to down left at 1, even for that initial part, it'll be faster. Right? So what's happening when you do 4 to 2? What's happening when you do 4 to 2 is like the initial 4 to 2 is actually decently fast, but as soon as when you're holding down 2, so I'm holding 2, right? I'm holding down 2. IJ is going, it's curving down here, right? IJ is curving down here. As soon as IJ starts pointing like this, as soon as IJ starts pointing to like down to the diagonal here, it starts noticing that, oh, this angle and the angle of our stick, which is pointed, So if our stick is pointed downwards, right? Okay, this makes more sense. So if our stick is pointed downwards, right? Fuck the stick. If our stick is pointed downwards like this, as soon as it starts seeing that IJ's vector and the stick direction are kind of similar, it starts to slow down, right? It starts to slow down. So you'll see that the swerve speed kind of goes like this. It's like it goes, right? It kind of eases in. It kind of eases into this down one, right? It kind of eases into it. So in order to not do that, you want to keep this angle. So let's just say the stick is like this, right? So you want to basically do this. You want to make sure that at all times you're basically going to the far sharp angle as far back as possible, while still designating while still designating a direction. Because if you're pointed, if IJ is looking like this and you boost like this, you might actually go this way on accident. So you don't want to do it exactly 180, right? You basically want to stay ahead. You want it to look like this, yeah, and that will ensure, all right, that will ensure that you get like the fast rotation the whole time. So what that also means is you basically always want to be moving around. So as it's turning, you want to slowly adjust your angle. Yeah, okay. This is quite a long-winded explanation, but it is actually kind of technical. So it's important to know. Yeah. Yes, Burger, yeah. Basically more than 90. Okay, alright. What if I have problems with randomly shielding while swerving from front to back? Aha! I know the answer to this because I am probably the only one who's ever tested this. So you may not know this. You may not know this. But there is actually a mechanic in the input detection of this game to make sure that doesn't happen to you, Stamif. So here are the billion different ways you can get shield. You can go 2 to 5 to 8. Okay, 2, 5, 8. 5 being neutral, right? If you don't know what these numbers refer to, look at your numpad on your computer, right? So 2, 5, 8. Okay, 2, 5, 8 gives you a shield. 1, 5, 8 gives you a shield. 3, 5, 8 gives you a shield. 2, 5, 7 also gives you a shield. 2, 5, 8. Sorry, 2, 5, 9 also gives you a shield. 3, 5, 7 gives you a shield. 3, 5, 8 gives you a shield. 3, 5, 9 gives you a shield. In other words, any bottom direction, then neutral, then any up direction gives you a shield, right? So you can do this. You can go from down right to up left to give you a shield, right? However, if you do 2, 6, 9, 2, 6, 8, 2, 6, 1, you do not get a shield. You do not get a shield. So the short answer is, if you input a horizontal input in the middle of your shield input, you do not get a shield. So if you want to swerve from top to down, or actually, I guess not to get a shield, down to up. If you don't want to get down to up, right? You want to go 2, 2, 3, 6, 9. You basically want to do a core circle, right? So just basically do this. it's generally not recommended you go exactly 180. The only time you want a 180 is when you're swiveling in the air, which is different because you don't really give a damn about. Well, you do give a damn about what direction you should do, but sometimes you don't really care. And if you're lazy, you can just 180 when you're swiveling, like you're jumping away and you just want to turn around. It's not a big deal. But then sometimes you actually do want to change your direction, so then I suggest using 7 or 9. But generally, I don't recommend 180 angling. So you should just go just ride the gate. So just go 2, 3, 6, 9, all the way from down to top right, or 2, 1, 4, 7, either one. Yeah, either one. For some really bizarre reason, I was interested in knowing what the actual input was for shield, so I actually went in training mode and like tested all this crap out, and I was like, oh really? This makes perfect sense. So this is actually why this is why you don't accidentally get shields doing certain inputs, because if it didn't have that horizontal cancel in the buffer, you would get like really weird stuff when you're trying to do certain combos or something, like like you're holding down and you do like 6B and then you do like 8B or something weird, right? But it has that, it checks to see if you input left or right, and if you did in the middle in between those two inputs, then it negates that. Yeah. I believe there's actually a second part of this that I don't remember clearly, because I believe it's something weird, like 269. 269, I believe, still gives you a shield, or something really weird. Like if you skip the bottom left or the bottom right, then you can still get a shield. But if you hit, like, if you go from bottom left or bottom right to left or right, so if you basically make a core circle forward, if you make like a curved, if you ride the gate for at least like 2 consecutive inputs, then you don't get shield. So I believe actually 269 and 247 give you shield, but that's very hard to do without accidentally giving you a diagonal. If you would like to double check me on that, anybody can go ahead and feel free to. It's been a while since I've cared about that, because that's not really an input you get. So the short answer is just ride the gate and you'll be fine. Good. Okay. Anyways, so my point was, your swerving is a little slow here. It feels like you are not inputting the angle sharp enough, because you kind of get these like slow turns, and I know IJ is really fast, so that's why I noticed it immediately. It's like, those are not very fast. All right, so that's why. Basically, guys, not 90 degrees, more than 90 degrees. Do the big angle. Yeah. No, you can do it on pad. It's fine. You can do it on the analog. It's the same thing. Yeah. If you are playing on pad, then that's more likely that you'll get some really weird wonky input. Yeah, so if you are playing on pad, I don't know if analog is better or not. Never really done it, but I think either is okay. I just think you have to be kind of conscious about it. So when you're, yeah. If you're going from 2 to 9 or 2 to 7, just try and make the big sweep mentally. Good. So anyways, yeah, just basically just be conscious. When my recommendation in general for inputs, right? This game's not that bad, so just, you don't have to be super fast about it, so just take your time and, All right, so where were we here? There were a couple things, but it wasn't really important. That was like really the big one I wanted to point out. I like that you definitely have kind of fixed your charge shot. That's a great melee there, beautiful. I don't know, but what was your boost at? Oh, it's okay. Oh, okay. So the helicoptering, it's good against melee, but do not do it against shots. So what this is an example of is a very common mistake. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Layout. It's okay. Hold on. Let's go ahead and rewind this. Okay. So I believe I'll rewind this a bit here. I think we're about here when I talked about the swerve here. Char knowing how to beat C. So yeah, good melee. Defensive burst. So here, this you're gonna. Oh, I should show this. Yeah, let's. I've already seen this once, but I'll show this in its full glory. So you guys know what I'm talking about. So this is a really good example of a concept which I will just call vector matching. I know in Virtual On it's called like vector, is it push vector or something like that? I don't remember. I call it match vector. I call it vector matching because it's what makes the most sense in terms of translating from Japanese, because they literally are like the Japanese is basically like vector matching, so, or like axis matching, I suppose. No, it's no. It's not the same thing, Lark. Shut up, Pastry. No. It's, they use a different phrase, I'm pretty sure. That's what like a bunch of people told me. They have another word for it, like other than match. It's like something else. I just keep forgetting what it is. Anyway, it's not really important. So in this game, it's actually not. I will not say it's not important. It is really important, but it is not. It's not something you're very aware of when you are learning the game, because dash vectoring. Yeah, dash vectoring. Yeah. Okay, I think that's what it was dash vectoring. But now I understand that the dash there is not just a cool, snazzy name, but it actually refers to the idea of moving into the vectoring, so I guess it's just vectoring. Which is pretty okay, too. I suppose vectoring is a pretty okay term. Though, I like a sentence like, you know, match his vector. Ah, dash vectoring is a technique. Okay, blame Will. I think Will was the one who told me then. Okay. So I generally like the phrase match vectors, as in it just makes sense, right? Anyways, so the reason why it's not, I've mentioned this before, but I'll just keep mentioning because it is pretty important, which is in this game, because landing punishes are so good and you have so many ways of avoiding guidance, and boosting in general is very easy to avoid shots with. The idea of match vectoring, aside from what you grasp intuitively, is not heavily emphasized. Now, what it is, for those who don't know, is basically the idea. It's very simple. It's actually in the beginner's guide, so it does actually explain it there, which is just that if you're moving in a direction, let's bring back the pen. I have two pens. That's not a pen, that's a lighter. There we go. Which is, if this is you, and we'll just say the pointy sticky end is the way you are looking, right? If you're moving in this angle, and someone else moves in this angle, or shoots in this angle, right? You will get hit, right? Because no matter where you're moving, this beam is going to hit you. Even if you jump, it will also hit you often, because guidance is quite good in this game, right? Fairly good, right? So the idea of like match vectoring is the idea that generally somebody's moving perpendicular to you like this, right? So they're moving like this, and you're firing like this, right? So you're gonna fire up like this, and they're gonna move perpendicular to you and avoid it, right? So generally, what you try to do is you try and match the vector, meaning as they move this way, you try and turn this way to follow them, and then they realize that you're on their vector, so they go down this way, right? And then you follow them, and you do this, and you kind of do this circular motion, right? That's one of the fundamentals of kind of some of this chase or be chased movement, right? So when you're being chased, people will generally, and you guys will do this instinctively because it's what makes sense, right? It's not like once you're in this position, you will instinctively move this way. You don't do that, right? You just continue to harass them. So people will generally naturally try to try to match vector, right? Sometimes it's the opposite, where sometimes it's the opposite where like they move like this, and you move like this, and you guys close in like two warheads clashing each other. You go da 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 da, right? That sometimes happens too, where you guys just basically like do this. This happens a lot in EX versus 2. You get this silly dance like this, where both players are just doing this side, or both players are like basically moving closer and closer and closer and closer and closer while shooting each other, right? This happens a lot. These are two very common like close range silly things when you're like this, or kind of this silly dance here, right? But this is a dance of death. Exactly what Shirley was saying is that's usually what happens in this situation is people come really close and somebody gets hit. Right? That's usually what happens is somebody gets hit. Anyways. But this is the like when you're running away, and this is particularly emphasized by the fact that turnaround shots is really bad. Like if you turn around shot like this, turnaround shots are really poor, so you probably get hit unless you have a good turnaround ability. So generally, people kind of do when they're running away, they do this, they move perpendicular, and someone chases them, move perpendicular, right? So that has to do with the concept of vector matching, which is the idea that if you're shooting alongside their movement vector with your shot, it will hit them guaranteed, and it basically forces them to have to move, right? They basically have to move to avoid getting the shot. So here, you have to move here. So when he shoots you on this vector here, he's going to shoot you as you're rising. You basically have to boost here. You have to boost. You cannot ascend. So ascending, so this is a common mistake after people tell you that, oh, if you want to run away from melee, to just like helicopter up in the air, or that like jumping up in the air is a good way to avoid stuff. It is, but not when people are following your vector. So, for example, if somebody was shooting from the left, like this, right? If someone was shooting over here, then yeah, you'd probably avoid it, right? You'd probably avoid it. But just remember that, like, this has to do with vector matching too. So this is like 3D vector matching, right? Which is, thank you, layout. Yeah, so again, if they were shooting from the right, right? If they're shooting from the right, basically is what I was designating before, but you couldn't see that. Anyways, let's go back to this. Let me try and point this out. So I need like a 3-dimensional hologram to show you guys this. So we talked about this stuff, right? We talked about this stuff, right? This is like a 2-dimensional thing. So you're looking top down, right? Top down is like someone's moving like this. So this is top down. I know this doesn't look like it's top down, but this is top down, right? So from top down perspective, you're moving like this, and they're shooting you like this, right? And you're moving like this, right? Now in 3 dimensions, right? In 3 dimensions, if someone, so now you're looking, this is the floor, okay? This is the floor, all right? So we're climbing up like this. Actually, we don't really, okay, sure. I guess I'll okay, sure. So we're boosting up like this, right? This is our boost. We're doing what IJ is doing, right? We're doing IJ like this, right? He's going like this. So yeah, so the vector is matched up here, so we get hit, right? But basically the idea is, you know, the higher you ascend, in the air, the more straight your jump is, right? The sharper your angle is, and the more your vector becomes 0, right? The more top down your vector just looks like this, right? Which means that as you climb in the air, shots that fire you, the higher you are as you go up, the more likely that you're actually being matched here, because the angle you're going at so shallow. You can think of it where, like, you know, your normal vector is short, basically. Your I guess, you know, you can think of it as the amount you avoid, right? So if you're moving like this, if this is your vector in top down, and someone's shooting at you like this, your entire avoidance vector is this whole length, right? This whole length of the pen is basically how much you're moving, and that's how much you're physically avoiding the space of the shot, right? When you're moving up an angle like this, and someone's shooting you like this, if we look at it from top down, right, your vector is actually like this, and you're being shot at, right? So you can see that here, the horizontal amount that you're moving is actually quite short, yeah. So you basically avoid less when you're going up because people are basically on your vector, so to speak, just moving less, right? So basically the idea is, even if you're boosting, the amount that your boost actually helps you avoid a shot is based directly. It's how much of your vector is perpendicular to your opponent's vector. Yeah. Yes, what JTV said. Yes. Right. So you might be moving really fast. It's the same idea. So that's why match vectoring works, right? This is really more complicated than it needs to be, and I'm sure everyone understands, but just for clarity's sake, right? So when we match vectors, right? When we match vectors like this, right? What's the actual reason why this is guaranteed shot? It's because your avoidance variable, right? The variance in this distance that your perpendicular shot is 0, right? It's 0. You're not avoiding because all of your vector is put on the same direction as the shot, right? So when you're ascending like this, right? You're still like Burakong, right? He's still moving a little bit, right? Like he's still moving a little bit away from that vector, right? The problem is due to guidance. If your perpendicular distance to the vector that's assaulting you is too small, then guidance will overcome it. And guidance will overcome it. So that's the important thing, is guidance will overcome it. So basically the short story is helicoptering in the air, just holding down C, is not a good way to escape beams for a long period of time. It's better used to avoid melee by putting yourself in green lock, or as a means of stalling, not as avoidance. There was another important point. Ah, right. So, these kind of three-dimensional. So this is actually really important. So this kind of three-dimensional vector matching concept is actually really important, more so than you think. For example, there is a reason why your Garobis feel like they are better at guidance or tracking when you're looking downwards. Right, rather than looking, straight at them. And why is that? Why is that? It's because if you're looking more downwards, then because you're pointed down, you basically have more vertical guidance, right? Because if you're garrobing someone straight at you like this, right, and they're moving like left or right, you're just worrying about the left or right guidance basically, and your up down guidance gives you nothing, right? If you're looking downwards, then part of their movement vector is going to be vertical rather than horizontal, so your guidance basically like helps you out in that field, so it averages out to giving you like better lock on basically. This is really important for a lot of suits that have to do with guidance, because it's really about guidance that helps a lot of these things, though it's not the case for other suits that really like it. For example, Dunamis really likes match vectoring. It has nothing to do with guidance per se. But for example, the best one off the top of my head is Susa, right? So Susanoo's disc, right? Susanoo's disc has really good, it curves really well. Like, it has really good guidance in some aspects, but it's kind of poor in others, right? So the best example is if someone is jumping, like if someone jumps up as the pizza's coming to them, the pizza's just not going to get them, right? Like you'll jump up in the air as the pizza chases them, and then as you descend, the pizza will just kind of fly off nowhere, because it can't like curve that far basically. It has a minimum angle on it, so to speak. So if you make it too sharp of a curve, the pizza just can't go down, right? However, if you are up in the air, and you pizza downwards at them, right? Then when they jump, it's not the same as an arc like this, where the pizza has to follow and then down, right? Because if the pizza's already looking at you down like this, it's very easy for it, even when you're making a really large up-down motion, for it to actually track your movement, because the vector is no longer really huge, perpendicular to the vector of the pizza, right? Because you're basically match vectoring in some sense, but it's not behind, it's actually forward, right? So this kind of concept is actually really important for understanding like why things hit and why things don't hit. It's really important not only for simple techniques of matching vector and getting damage because they can't avoid it, like with Wing, Dunamis, and a lot of other suits, but also with moves that have good guidance to figure out what's the best way to diminish their natural evasive tendency with movement. Same thing goes for someone who is already high in the air when you fire. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Anyways, so that's like, we've been talking about that for quite a while, so yes, let's just move on and just basically say, don't hold up against beams like that. If you do, you need to be aware that you need to boost, and this occurs even when you're just boost hopping. So if you boost hop at someone, you just boost away from them, exactly on the vector, and then you jump. What's gonna happen is you're gonna jump up, and the vector is just gonna fucking follow you and hit you. So just because you're jumping does not mean you will avoid things. You have to make sure that it's not on your vector. If the shot matches your vector and you jump, you need to correct. You need to correct immediately. So it's important to recognize that and be aware of where your opponent is, and not pay attention to them and look at your own character. You have to look at where they are and the source of their fire, realize that they're firing on your vector, and then sidestep to avoid it. Good. Or jump or boost or whatever you want, right? But don't just sit there and do nothing or you'll get hit. Good. And you died for it. Inactivate, that's a problem. Your partner has lots of health, so as long as you don't die, it looks like you guys can still do this, seeing as you overcosted Hainu. Hainu's at half, and Neikyakushi is really low. So, like, the best case scenario is, well, anything's okay, as long as you kill people. So here, your partner cut for you, but, so here, right, swerving would have been really nice because you're kind of, like, out of angle here, right, so. Layout, yeah. Okay, we'll rewind that. It's not really important, but you died. You died, and nothing really interesting happened. So. Not the end of the world. So, we do want to kind of still register. So here you're out of angle, right? So here, we would like to see right here a little bit more swiveling. I have decided, by the way, I'm going to coin it. So from now on, we are going to call changing your face in the air while ascending swiveling, and changing your angle while you're boosting swerving. Because I realized that I was calling them both swerving, but I realized it makes more sense to just call this swiveling, which makes sense. And then call boosting while moving swerving, because they're two different words and they hopefully are intuitive about what they mean. So we're gonna use that. I'm gonna use that. So yeah, whether you like it or not, unless someone has a better idea. But I think that those are pretty good. So here in the air, we want to swivel to face. No, it makes perfect sense, right? Like you swivel in your chair. That's to me the imagery. Right? You swivel in your chair, right? You swivel in your chair. Alright, you're not really moving, you're just swiveling in your chair. And you're swerving while you're boosting, because that's what swerving is, right? So there, we would have wanted to really swivel a little bit more to see it. Yeah, them hit confirms. This is actually quite good. Would have been nice to kill Hainu or something, but... I mean, at least if you kill Nu, then the game is over. You don't have to worry about zombie mode. Good. Good. So that didn't hit him, by the way. So, like, I believe that didn't hit him. Yeah, that didn't hit him. So you may have thought that hit him, but it didn't hit him. So while I admire this kind of like hit confirm, while I admire this hit confirm, it kind of fucked you up. So, you know, I admire that you changed your camera. That's very pro. But it didn't hit him, so that was not so good. Good. Okay. So again, you know, the swerving is, you know, we already talked about it, but you can see here definitely that the angle is quite shallow. Yeah. Shinanju in sword mode. So I can actually see here, but you know, I like that you're practicing it, but do try and get used to holding down the A, because I see here you're actually partitioning. You're partitioning, but then you kind of like let go of it here, so that your charge shot A is gone here. So I do realize that's probably because you wanted to go for melee, but it's still worth holding on to charge shot A, even if you're meleeing, because then you can get a nice like rainbow step into charge shot for down with cut resistance. So do try and like practice like always holding down A, basically. Get that 6-second impact. Alright. Good. I like how this tank player is like playing ridiculously bad. Ah! So you guys are doing really well. Looks like, yeah, that Shinanju I don't really know about. Yeah, so I kind of like that side step. You got landing punch anyways, but you know, it was a valiant effort. So there again was match vector, right? So here you boost jumped, but you know Shinanju is exactly on you, so you get hit here. Right, another perfect example. Yeah, that's good. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so I would really start trying to confirm without boomerang, as it does lower your damage. And when you know you have a landing punch like that, try and avoid getting that boomerang in. You know, being a little bit rash. So, you know, we made some boo-boos. Not super important. I don't really want to nitpick about too much there. Okay, so you actually had written here, I didn't read your notes till just now, but I'll just go ahead and read this again, which is, where is it? been trying to limit my CSA usage, especially in the matchup, since his red lock range plus cannon can nail me if I spam CSA endlessly. Was wondering how to play against tank. Get tunnel vision and killed stupidly by the 4th player in the game I locked. So hopefully you can go over some stuff I'm pretty good. All right, so we already talked about a bunch of stuff. I will say in terms of the tank matchup, so first of all, Boomerang is really useful Boomerang is really useful against tank because tank's main weakness is that when it doesn't have smoke up, it's actually quite wide. Like his hitbox is actually quite large. So moves that actually kind of spread out are pretty difficult for tank to avoid, and Boomerang is certainly one of those. So and things with good guidance in general. So while you say that spamming CSA gets you hit by a cannon, CSA is actually quite good against tank. Because it has pretty good guidance, and just like charge shots in general are good against tank because tank has to actually escape those kind of moves barely, you know, just barely evade those kind of moves. So I would actually say the reason you're getting hit by while using CSA against tank is simply that let me just get it better. There we go. Is simply that you're wasting your boost. So the most important thing to understand about the way the TLDR is basically don't boost hop too much against tank. Use more side steps, and do not fool either. Use more side steps and stuff because, you know, the way his shot works is an artillery volley. So if you like boost hop and stuff, it's not really evading anything. It's not like he's shooting directly. It's coming from like downwards, right? So not only is it make your hopping not as good to avoid stuff, but you know, what's the word? Like, you're not cutting guidance, so you really want to cut guidance against those shots. Because once you if you just sidestep, then the shot will just not even land anywhere near you. So you want to make sure, basically, just think of the shot as a very slow shot that eventually hits you. You know, so if you're not actually, if you're not, unless you're moving around really sharply, it will catch you when you're moving a little slowly, unless you cut guidance. So I recommend sidestepping frequently. If you just sit there and sidestep like constantly, he can't hit you. Like, he just can't hit you if you just sit there and sidestep. So, you know, so that's one way. Just like incorporating sidesteps in the middle of your movement. Like, for example, right when you take off, when you land, or like landing early and then sidestepping, those kind of things will help a lot. You know, I mean, there's a lot we could talk about how to counteract tank, but you know, with IJ, do try and use your boomerang on him. It's really good, and just, you know, overall your movement needs to just be better. Try not to like move around too much. So you say that, you know, you get hit by it if you spam CSA, it's probably because you're not really sidestepping and you're using too much boost as part of canceling out of your CSA. So, you know, you basically, if you CSAing itself is not that bad to do against like artillery volley. It's just you need to make sure you're timing it right. You don't want to do it and boost and spend lots of boost and then like land in, you know, 30% boost and then get hit by a artillery. So it's actually useful to pay attention. You can see when you're being shot at because, you know, your blinker flashes and stuff like that. So, you know, yeah. Let's go ahead and go to the next person. Who is next? It is Zephyr, I believe, yes. Okay. In no particular order. No problem, Bird King. Thank you for submitting. What is this? This is double O. Cool. Okay. I was gonna say, like, is that gonna hit him? I think Zephyr's asleep right now, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure he's probably gonna watch his archives. So you know, yeah, smashing green lock. You know, we don't really want to do. So activation, right? 278, perfect. That NBC ender. Yeah, so that's gonna happen. At least his timing is not, well, it's okay. It would have been nice to activate maybe just a little bit later, get that refill, but... Ah, this is bad. Ow! Ow. We're just gonna go ahead and go through these kind of fast and talk about them. Double O is not too squishy. It's just that he's a suit. He's like ABBA. You need to know how to ration his modes and stuff. We'll talk about it after we kind of look overall at them. And, you know, there's some very immediate things we can correct, and there are some things that are more overall that we want to kind of work on. Yeah, damage. So I'll say because I'm going to forget this, but we really do want to try and Rainbow Step and not let that whiff. Where is it? Yellow. Rainbow Step. Rainbow Step. Rainbow Step. Let's like save comments. Thank you. Yeah, at least Lockyage's shot trade is pretty legit. But you know, having no ammo is of course a problem. Riser. That turnaround shot. Well, at least his partner has not overclocked him, so that's good. Well, I'm okay with this. Ah, so I'm gonna go ahead and rewind this because who knows what I'm gonna say here? Who knows what I'm gonna say there? Who wants to be the good student? Who wants to raise their hand and know me what I'm gonna say? Yes, good job, Formally. Way to go. Vectors, right? So why did he get hit here? He boosted into the shot vector, right? It was an okay boost otherwise, right? It was just, you know, well, the big problem was, you know, this. So who knows what happened here? Actually, this might be a little bit hard to see. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and tell you guys. So Trans Am, yeah, activate ended. Yes, very good formally. Yeah, so activate ended, and when you activate ends, when your Trans Am finishes, because Double O just, you know, needs to have all those handicaps, you get put in that silly animation, and yeah. But even regardless, he probably could have avoided this if he had boosted not towards the camera, right? Now, it was obviously like a panic moment. It was like, oh, shit. Shit. But if you're going to panic and boost, generally perpendicular is better than back. Boosting towards the camera is generally kind of unsafe, actually. Because you're forcing out of angle, so you're immediately telling your opponent that I don't have any more cards in my hand. Good. Let's move on to this. Alright. I was not paying attention for a second. Now, what is going on? Yeah, so it looks like now he knows how to use Charge Shot A. That's good. Yeah. Or... maybe not. Well, he was using it for a bit. Lock Edge is going in on that Kshatriya. Double O. Double RX78, man. That's unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate. Good. Alright. So he's down. He had an activate, you know, he has a half now. Partner's really low though, and they're quite behind, so that's unfortunate. That's good though. I would have really liked to see an activate there. So that would literally have been a perfect activate time. But well, I don't really know about this. Good. And again, anyone want to answer that? Anyone want to comment on that again for me? Right. Why does boomerangs disappear there? Let me see. Where? Oh, it got hit. It got hit by Hayato. The Hayato clashed with it. Yeah, Vector. Ow. So yeah, that vector, pretty important. Right? Oh, you know, like when this happens in real time, like I just go, right? Like when you're trying to run away and something shoots you and you just like, fuck, right? So you know, this is why we really want to avoid moving back towards the camera. Yeah, this is like, yeah, this is really painful. You want to frame van this? Okay. Hold up. Alright, here we go. So he's like, this is okay. Boost, yes. Now, you know, a jump here would have been fine. Jump here. You put yourself in the corner here, but you know, it's this. Oh shit! And then he boosts the second time. He's like, this is painful. That's painful, right? That's painful. Alright, good. Alright, so this will be the last one for Zeph, and then we'll go ahead and talk about it a little bit. Ow, 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 all the pain. Yeah, Omega J, you need to stop playing Next Plus. Woo! That's scary. Being at 91 HP and doing a combo like that. Oh, that's the good stuff. Ah! Mada! Whoa! That looks like me when I'm being X1. I'm trying to double whip, and I'm like, let's watch that again. That's pretty awesome. Hold up, that's pretty great. Yeah, that's like me when I'm playing like fucking Unicorn or Forbidden. I haven't played them in a while. I do this all the time. Yeah. Phoenix. It's just all those fake outs, man. All right. So, what do I have to say about these? A lot of things. So first of all, I will say that Zephyr submitted Zephyr submitted a lot of matches. He submitted like 10 matches to me. So I just picked the ones where he lost. So you know, he definitely, a lot of this play looks a lot more sloppier than perhaps he normally does, because I was just like, well, there's so many, so I'll just pick all the ones he lost in. because there were a lot of like I watched a lot of them and they're a lot more like one-sided, and you know, so there's a lot of things we can talk about here. So the first thing that I believe someone might have mentioned before is Charge Shot A. It's really good for 1,000 different reasons, but if anything, all you need to do is really core out Charge Shot A in Riser mode for sure. So Charge Shot A in Riser mode is basically his best tool. It works on angle, and yeah, I could talk at length about how to just play double O, but I'm not gonna do that because, you know, a lot could just be like, well, just learn how to play double O and then, you know, get back to me kind of thing. So we're just not gonna talk about that. So I will say though, use Charge Shot A. Use Charge Shot A in Riser mode. Use Charge Shot A in normal mode too as a way of poking for free without wasting your ammo and weaving it in with your BRs to just help your ammo management. In general, it's really good. In addition, things I liked. So the things I think Zephyr does a really good job at is Zephyr actually does. I think that comp's fine. Yeah, I think that comp's alright. The things I think Double O does a really good job at, or sorry, Zephyr does a really good job at, is his activation timings. They're actually really good. Even in these matches where he lost, I don't think he died while on activate, and generally he was able to get 3. He never overcost his partner, right? I mean, his partner never overcost him. He was almost always able to successfully get halves. He always at least used his first half. That's actually much better than what most people do. Like most people, I see not safe for work in that title, Sherry. I don't know about that. So you know, so his activation timing is actually quite good. So you know, so that's actually really impressive for you know, being quite new to the game. That's really good. So if anything to be good at, that is a really good thing to have under your belt, understanding how to use Awakenings properly, especially with Double O, because it's just like Awakening is just so important as Double O. It's one of his you know, most useful. It's just really important. Anyways, so things that we need to work on. So first of all, rotating our Double O Riser mode could use some work, right? We don't want to like, we sometimes blow a little bit early. We really want to boost dash out of it earlier, so a lot of time, you know, he pops Double O Riser and then he just kind of sits there, right, for a little bit. So we really want to throw it out and, you know, move in with it. You know, so Riser, like using the mode switch with BC in general overall could use a little more getting used to. So, you know, just keep working on it and try and naturally boost dash cancel out of it more, etc, etc, etc. Use boost dash melee. Boost dash melee is really good, so if you're not using that, try and incorporate that as well. Generally try and, so what you want to do with Double O, yeah, I'm actually just not going to talk about things related to how to play Double O because, yeah, that's really not you know, it's not what we're here for, right? We don't really want to talk about how to play Double O. We just sit here and talk about how to play Double O. It's not really important. So the things that, you know, Zephyr needs to work on, just aside from character-specific things, right? You tend to rush a little bit, so you also tend to not jump too much. You tend to rely on straight boosting. So I would say you have a little bit of a problem playing at your partner's pace a bit. And while I know that it's very tempting, especially when you're in Riser mode, to just kind of YOLO in and rush people down, you do want to, you know, you do want to just try and, what's the word? You don't want to let that urge overplay the overall strategy, you know? So I would say you tend to play a little bit fast and sometimes moving without thinking, so I would recommend just being a little more patient and picking your opportunities, especially when you're in normal mode. So I think it's okay to be a little more aggressive when you're in Riser. but it's not really about overextending. It's kind of like you just kind of leaping in there without seeing. There's like, you know, we can just kind of look at something random and be like, you know, there's no real reason for you to move in there. You just kind of felt like it, right? And you have to understand that one of the biggest aspects of 00 is basically, you know, when you're in normal mode, you're in defend mode. When you're in Riser or Trans Am Riser mode, you're in offense mode. It's really hard to defend, or it's really hard to be aggressive in 00 mode, and you're really exerting yourself when you do that. So let's see if I can just randomly pick out a time. I don't really remember if there's anything, so you know, we'll just scrub through this and see. So yeah, he's in double riser. I'm gonna try and look for him. He's not in double riser. We'll do this. So we're in normal mode here. This is actually a really big problem because you're gonna get reset here. Yeah. So you don't want to get reset like that. Okay, we might not see because he just goes straight into riser. Okay, the normal. Okay, so like here, right? So here, like, you know, we're chasing this dude. We're being really aggressive, and we overheat here. We have no ammo, right? And we're probably gonna die here. Yeah. I mean, luckily it was like a trade, so it worked out. But that's really honestly because Pastry decided to. Well, they're just going for the overcost. So in this scenario, actually, we're probably going to see Zephyr stay alive a decent amount of time because they want to overcost swag here. But in general, right, that was not such a good exchange. Just this kind of leap into the fray here. After he kills DX, pick up satellite cannon right here. So just like this, you know. Well, what would have been beautiful is an activate here, because in case you don't know, Riser and normal mode do not share ammo. So, you know, so this. Right, that to me is like, oh! You know, I physically, like, you know, kind of lean back when I see that. It's very, like, it's kind of like I wake up in the middle of the night, in the cold sweat, thinking I did that. Right, so so we really want to try and reinforce that 00 when you're in normal mode is really kind of, you're on the defense, right? You don't have very much ammo, you don't really have very good options. You know, if you want to go in, you know, you want to do it when you have Riser. Now, luckily, his rotation is really good, right? Which is like, I mean, his rotation is good because he got hit a ton, but we'll just ignore that, right? Which is, you know, he starts off in Riser mode. Maybe not the best idea, but he starts off in Riser mode. And, you know, I think he does some damage, right? Yeah, and he pops out of Riser mode. He gets hit here really badly, like, twice into a reset. So, but, you know, at least he gets put perfectly in Trans Am, you know, and then he pops his Trans Am. Perfect timing, right? His Riser is regenerating now. Alright, so he does all this crap in Riser mode, and he finishes, he gets this like hilarious melee and fucking BRs this guy's like wake up satellite cannon, and then bam, his Riser's up. So like, you know, popping this right here, oh, would have been perfect, right? Probably almost guaranteed to kill this this province here, and then damn, you're good. Then you die, right? You don't have to even deal with the sufferings of normal mode. You come back, you have like full burst and Trans Am, you can pop Riser, then, you know, wait till the Riser cooldown starts, so you pop Trans Am. And by the time that's up, then your Riser's at like 70% again. Then you can aggress when you're in pop up Riser again. And then, you know, that's and then your Trans Am should be back up. And then, you know, you barely had to be in normal mode kind of thing, right? So mode rotation is really good. So that's one of the reasons why I say that Zephyr is doing, you know, a decent job of like managing his like activates, because it really does help his mode rotations. Now that being said, there's a lot we can work on. But anyways, that's all I'll really say about that. I will just generally emphasize pacing, right? So while sometimes playing really fast like this can actually be really boring, like this was actually quite good, honestly. This, aside from where he got reset like for 400 damage, It actually generally worked out really well if he had just not done this big blunder here and then RU Swag had died, I believe. If that wasn't the case, this would have been really good, considering this is like Swag and Zephyr, who are both really new, against Pastry and Hero, who I generally consider some of the more, well, Hero's not experienced, but Hero's more well practiced, and Pastry's pretty experienced, you know, even if he is playing double axe, which isn't really his main suit. That still being the case, you know, it's still a really good feat. I really wouldn't really feel that bad about this match, aside from a couple of those blunders, right? In general, it's really good for, like, you know, being really new. So what we really want to do, so in that case, you know, playing fast can sometimes be okay, but there are a lot of bad things that we've talked about. You know, it will throw off your partner's game. It can throw a big wrench in your mode rotation plan. So I will say the biggest thing is to try and emphasize being a little more patient and pick and choose when you want to really go in, rather than taking massive leaps of faith every single time when you're in normal mode. It's like playing poker, you know. You don't feel like, you know, one of the things about playing poker, like if you just playing like Hold'em, you know, if you're just learning the game, everybody will try and play every hand, and it takes a while for you to really consciously realize that you don't have to play every hand in poker. Folding is okay. It's the same thing in this, right? You know, you don't need to just fight and leap in there every single time you wake up or you land, with, especially in normal mode. And yeah, there are a lot of other technical things we can talk about 00, but it has more to do with learning how to play 00 than it is you, the player, getting used to the game. So I will say some of the more basic ones that are just like, you do need to do this, is like charge IA. You know, charge IA and being a little bit faster about canceling, using your mode switch into boost dash cancel and that kind of stuff. You know, those are things that you should just really work on as soon as possible. Either other things, so, you know, when to use AC or sub, or, you know, having better melee combos, or having blah blah blah. It's not the end of the world. It's not actually something I really need to nitpick about. It's not really that important for just like getting used to the game. Because you just need to get used to moving in general, right? So that's all I will really say about 00 Rise. Also, hello, Bashiri. How are you doing? So let's go ahead and move on. The next person is Kumajaki. Let's see what Kumajaki said. He said, started learning Zeta recently, having some problems with off-angle fire due to rapid fire. It feels like I'm relying too much on triple rapid shot rather than boost canceling into BR again because of the different type of BR. Okay, let's take a look and see what that really... Oh, never mind. I thought my computer blew up. Okay, cool. Alright, so, oh, I already forgot. Let's see what this comp is. So he's playing, with Imdrax is playing Char, and this is Simo and Swag playing Noir IJ, which is, like, really shitty comp, but whatever. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at his Zeta play. So we already know Zeta is not his main suit, and he's like learning Zeta. So we are gonna talk a little bit more about some Zeta specific stuff and kind of get in the nitty gritty. I predict I'll talk a lot about on angles, but we'll see. Yeah, get that meteor. You show that beam rifle. so you know, this is kind of iffy. So that off angle, right? So what happened there, right? Basically, we had this kind of joust happen, right? So now this is like, so normally a normal BR here would be a very common thing to do, right? A rapid fire BR, however, here is a little bit awkward, right? Because as we can see from prototypes, what he's gonna, or Sima, what he's gonna do after this, which is he's gonna boost, right? This is very common. It's gonna force us out of angle, right? So how could we have corrected that? Well, the best way, honestly, would have been, so we boost left, and I believe we're jumping. So I believe he is swiveling here, but this is actually kind of technically difficult. But if you were to swivel while shooting, so it's actually kind of difficult. Not difficult, but you need to get some used to it, which would be you need to hold C, hold, in this case, it would probably be 3, while tapping A. So it's not like difficult, but your brain's not generally used to doing all those things at the same time. Generally, when you're pressing like A, you're not really thinking about having to swerve and do other crap at the same time. But it is a little bit awkward if you're not getting used to, like what White Devil said. Now, well, you might say, well, Brett, it's really easy for you to say that in hindsight because we know that Simo James is going to boost to the right? Well, actually, no. There's actually a lot going for the fact that Prototype will probably boost to the right. And let's see why. Well, first of all, already here, let's look at our formation. Let's look at the mini-map. I wish I could just zoom in on this and just, like, you know... This is the only important thing in the game, right? So, let's look at the mini-map, right? So, we could actually, this is a pretty straightforward. If you just look at the mini-map, does it really look like Simo James, IJ here? Does it really look like Simo James is going to want to cross over here into the wall towards his partner? Right? Does this look like something he wants to do here? No, right? We can easily tell by the mini-map. Right? By the mini-map, you can't even see what's on screen. I can still see what's going on. But if you just look at the mini-map, right? Right? Okay, right? It should be very painfully obvious that this vector pointing this way, right? Should point up here, right? It should look upwards, right? I mean, if you look at the mini-map, it makes perfect sense, right? No, I know. No. So, Kumo, I'm not saying you should have looked at the mini-map here, right? I'm using the mini-map to illustrate something you can intuit from the game, but to better illustrate that, we're going to look at the mini-map to just see how obvious it is that they did not want to go this way, right? This territory is our territory. This is our territory, right? You know, their territory is like here. Right, so it's fairly straightforward that here Simo is probably going to want to move back over here, maybe move this way, right, or cross over here, but certainly not over here into Doomsday Land, right? Right, oh, you can't, okay, sorry, okay, I see. Well, this mouse is like really huge, so I'm just like, I'm sorry about this. No, it's not, I was pointing to it on XSplit. I realized I wasn't doing that, so, no. So, you know, it's very obvious that, so this is kind of our area, right? This is our area here, right? And their area is kind of this area, right? They got this kind of good area going here, right? So, it's pretty fairly certain that it looks like Simo would probably want to move this way, which we know in hindsight he is, right? Over here, or maybe over here, if he's feeling particularly daring and wants the high ground, wants to spread out or something like that. Right, kind of difficult to cross over down into this region because you're kind of blocking his way, so his region's kind of over here, right? We can be fairly confident that he's not going to want to just dive into the deep end over here. That wouldn't really make much sense, right? So, you know, at this point, what is our angle? What's our in angle? Our in angle is like here, right? Not the best, right? We really would like to look up here. And grab like this region here, I think would be very safe. All right. So pointing, you know, pointing this way, right? Somewhere like this. So again, we can actually see this in the actual game. Is we know our partner is behind us, and how do we know that? Well, not only from the map, but we'll go ahead and step back a notch. So after this really silly meteor here. Okay, here. We see Char moving left. He jumps off into nowhere land off the screen. We can't see, but we can. If we look at the mini map, we know he's somewhere over there. Even if we don't, we know he's somewhere over there. And we're moving forward. We know, right? So that's what's going on Char's end. Let's look at Strike Noir. So Strike Noir is like up here, and our target, Simo, is over here on the right, right? So as we move here, we know that, you know, Strike Noir is somewhere in our blind spot on the right. That's already a problem, by the way. So here, Strike Noir being in a blind spot is already like half of a reason for me. I actually would pay more attention to Strike Noir here because there's a pretty good chance we're gonna get our vector matched and get railgunned if we don't move or at least turn around, right? So here, actually, when we jump, the swivel here is actually of the utmost importance. So, you know, so we do get one on-angle shot, but as you can see, this is going to turn us off angle. But it's not the end of the world because we do have a decent amount of boost. So we, luckily, Sumo got hit by that. We just follow through with an on-angle BR, and it's not the end of the world. Let's just go ahead and keep watching. All right. The first thing, also, on a random like Zeta specific note, I will just say you should do because I've seen a couple of these like a little bit, so I already know reloading, right? We want to just reload right here. As you just immediately want to reload. You want there to be very little downtime on your ammo rotation. So it's really important that you always look at how much ammo you have, know exactly when you're gonna get to 0, and squeeze in that reload as soon as possible because it doesn't cause off angle. It's free, right? It's really free. It's just, you know, there's just no reason not to, you know, here. So not the end of the world. We did boost land, boost reload land. Not the end of the world, right? But we could be faster because here we could have been shooting, right? If we reload, we could have shot right here, right? We could have shot right here, and then what's gonna happen, right? Okay, so we would have been comboing off of that BR, right? If we had shot there, we would have actually hit Strike Noir here. And our BR would have actually comboed off it. So there is actually specific, concrete. You can see how if we had just reloaded one step earlier, we would have gotten that BR off one step earlier. It would have comboed off of that one random wake-up shot that Char did. All right. So a little iffy, right? But not the big of a deal. So this is good, right? So you know, if you're gonna do that, so this is an execution thing, right? But so firing here is okay, right? So you could have actually fired as you came down, and this might have been okay, right? Now this is actually a little iffy because, you know, he's like landing here, so you could have actually just landed. This is quite a problem actually because here if he boomerangs you, you're probably fucked. But in any case, you know, this sidestep is okay. I'm pretty okay with it, right? So if you're gonna sidestep Fua, first of all, your execution's a little off here, so just try and remember to input the jump right as you Fua step because you kind of do like a sidestep jump rather than a sidestep jump. You know, you want the arc to be like a nice languid curve, right? Rather than this kind of jut left and then hop slightly. It really does make a world of difference, right? But do remember that because you're on angle, you can fire while Fua step jumping, so it's actually quite a good maneuver to just try out in training mode like once or twice, get used to it. It's just doing side step jump with the second 6 input, BR, BR, BR as you're doing it, so you'll go woo, right? All right, because you're on angle, so sidestep, you know, like how many people do sidestep shot? A lot of people, right? So naturally, sidestep jump shot should also work. It does. It's pretty damn effective. Now, regardless, I don't think that would even hit him, honestly. And you're in a pretty sticky situation because you didn't land and he did. So luckily, I don't know, Simo didn't do things, so you know, it's okay. Now, your Char, his partner, is taking a lot of damage. Good. So, you know, I mean, so what was the problem there, right? Let's go ahead and rewatch this. So BR, BR, BR. You land. These the BR hits, but then it doesn't combo, right? You should press jump at the same input as the set. Yes, it's 6, then 6 plus C. So it's tap tap. It's 6 plus C. Just bam bam. It should not be bam bam bam. It should be bam bam. If you want to be really cool about it, you can actually input the jump like 3-ish frames before the second 6, and you'll actually get a 0. You'll get like a first frame possible. Like if you know. The difference between 6 plus C and 6 C, where the C is even like a few frames after the sidestep, is actually noticeable. I don't recommend it, but if you really want to be super clutch and always input the fastest possible perfect foo steps, you can actually, yeah, you can just frame it by inputting your jump like a few frames before your second 6. It's a little bit risky though, because if you do it too early, you get something completely different. So do it only if you are confident. There is a tournament tomorrow at 4 p.m. PST. 4 p.m. PST. I had to move it. It is earlier. It is 4 p.m. PST. I will say that again. 4 p.m. PST. I'm going to start like on the clock because I have to leave early tomorrow because Valen is showing up in town. Vale, you know, Talon D. Valen, whatever the hell his stupid Twitch name is, right? He's showing up tomorrow in Nagoya, so I'm going to show him and his friends around. How are you going to stream this tournament? It's online, it's net play. Anyways. So what was the problem here? Wow, where were we going really in depth with this stuff today? I guess that's the power of being able to pause and rewind, right? So this didn't combo. Why didn't it combo? It's because of this landing here. So we landed here, and because we landed, right, this comes out too late, right? So how can we fix that? There are a couple ways, but basically the problem is you didn't want to land if you could have helped it, right? If you had not landed, this is one of the things that, this is one of the, what's the word? This is one of the more subtle things that rapid fire suits. Well, not okay, fine. I suppose Zeta and Delta Plus only, really. I suppose Karadim, Exia. I don't really count Exia in this category. I'm just gonna mainly say Zeta and Delta Plus. I suppose Karadim, if you really want to give that to me. If you really want to make me, if you really want to stick it to me, then I'll fucking mention Karadim in this category too. But I take that back. Sorry. Also, every machine gun suit. I will just say every machine gun suit as well. No, this doesn't count for Red Frame. So Red Frame doesn't have this problem because his BR causes vernier, actually. So this isn't an issue because you won't land while doing it, right? Because your fucking shitty vernier is actually somewhat helpful against this specific problem, thankfully. Right? That's clearly a buff for Red Frame right now. So the problem is you land too early, right? So there are a couple ways to control this factor, and the problem basically is you land in it. What I think of this as is it's an interruption in your flow. Basically, like the big thing with suits that constantly fire, like Zeta and Delta Plus and machine gun shoots, is that machine gun shots? I just say machine gun shoots. Sorry, is that they're constantly firing, right? But, you know, the guidance isn't as good as normal stuff, so you kind of need that constant fire, but there will always be hiccups, right? There's always hiccups in your aggression. You can't just like constantly fire, right? That would be stupid, right? So there are pauses, there's delays, there's an ebb and flow in your offense, right? And not only it's twofold for suits like Zeta and Delta Plus. One is your ammo, obviously, which we'll get to, right? The second one is landing, right? When you're firing, there are going to be points where you land, even when you have lots of ammo, like Kumojaki does here, where he reloads, so he has 6, right? He just does this triple shot here, and it would be really nice to get a second set of 3, and, you know, get that knockdown on Simo. But the landing interrupts his kind of pressure string, and it puts a gap in there that he doesn't really want, right? So there are a couple ways to address this issue. All right, one, which we can't really do here. Oh, okay, I guess we could have. One is fire as we ascend. So you see that here we actually kind of fired on the descent. I wish there was a word like descent that started with down, like the downcline. Anyone who wants to supply me with that word, it's great. But yeah, so you can actually start this BR right here. Actually, honestly, you can do BR once. The first BR shot comes out, then you start to climb. The second one shots of downfall. Can you use downfall like that though? Like descent? Yeah, descent. I want to use a word that starts with down because I like being literal like that. I don't know. Just curious if there was like a word like that. So if you had fired your BR, like the down plow, yeah, I don't know. The downshift, I don't know. Okay, gravity. So if you had started your BR, here, 1, 2, oh sorry, 1, 2, 3-ish, 3. This would have been the third. Then you can actually boost here after confirming these BRs come off, and then you just get that hit, right? So, you know, I mean, it's obvious that he was just doing this as a poke because he didn't think it was gonna hit, right? So we can't really fret him for that, but I will just use this. It's gonna come up later. It's gonna come up when he. So in this situation, actually, what Kumo did's fine because Kumo didn't know that Simo was gonna get hit. And let's take a look at his boost here. Simo's boost, right? Land, hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, no, I take that back. Okay, so actually, this was a landing point. So this is actually a perfect example. Actually, there was a very high likelihood that this was gonna hit him, right? He was at like 20% boost. Because why is that? Well, he curved. He did this like turnaround, angle shot immediately, canceling his BR, and then immediately boost cancels again. So you know he's at quite a lot. So here, actually, let us just say this would have been quite practical to expect this BR to hit him, right? So what are some examples? I already said one is as you boost and jump, start your BR first in the ascent, right? So that you know as you descend, you will have finished your BR, you can boost it again and start another set, right? The other is, of course, to cut it early. The greatest sin any Zeta player wishes to never make, but sometimes has to, as we all know. And you will see me do this when I play Zeta 2, is, in this situation here, boost here. Boost here, and then get another set of 3. The greatest crime, right? Your beam rifle is crying at you because it's like, I have 1! What the fuck am I supposed to do with 1 fucking beam rifle, you motherfucker? Right? But, you know, sometimes you just have to do it, right? You tell that ammo clip to shut the fuck up, right? So you know, we don't want to have to do that, but sometimes we do, right? Sometimes we have to. There are a couple other ones. Another easy one, right, is basically, well, what do we not want to do? We don't want to touch the ground, right? So what's an easy one? Well, simply jump higher. Keep jumping. Hold on to that C, right? And ascend higher so that if you didn't BR close enough, well, at least you're high enough that you can even, you know, you can get just you can get the whole 6 off if you jump You know, if you just like hold jump, you can just go bam, 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 right? If you really want to, right? So that's another okay one, right? Again, sidestep, as Kumo had done earlier, would also be an okay thing to do. Is you input this sidestep as you're falling, but that's kind of in the same category as boost, right? The difference is if you're sidestepping, it doesn't interrupt your on angle. So, for example, it does not. Actually, does it do AC? I think it ACs. Yes, AC. Oh, it does not? Okay, I don't remember. I don't admit to playing too much Zaya because I just play more Delta Plus than Zaya, so I forget whether he can actually do BRAC. Not? Okay, maybe not. Okay. Anyway, so here you can sidestep, right? So, okay. Oh, there's another one. So, okay, the easier one, the simple, the one you'll never do. Okay, you can't actually use cancels BR. Okay. So the easy one that you can do that you probably won't do, but I have to mention it, is you can Fua, which is press jump here. So you do this like boo, boo, right? You're like boo, 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 right? So if you do that, you'll extend your shot. So if you do Fua, you can do that. Though in this particular example, it's not really helpful. But in a similar light, you can sidestep, right? And if you sidestep, right? Well, Zeta can't BRBZ because that would be broken. That would be like fucking broken. Delta Plus can because his BZ causes Vernier, but Zetas don't cause Vernier, so it would be pretty retarded to allow him to, you know, BR into a BZ that doesn't cause Vernier. That would be as stupid as like giving someone a moving uppercut that's like plus on block. Oh wait, so you can sidestep here, and that will not interrupt your fire. So if you sidestep like here, you know, if you sidestep here, then you know you can extend that shot, but you know, yeah, like, so if you sidestep and jump there, then you'd be higher up, so then you can confirm and boost dash, and then, you know, shot. All right. So sidestep, anything basically, anything that's not touching the ground is okay. Right? Hell, you could have even wave ridered on angle, MA transform, and then wave ridered. Yeah, it's advanced. All right. So, anyways, what was my point? My point was there will be a time in any young man who has a repeatable BR's life when he needs to do things, and sometimes landing will interrupt those things from happening. So you need to be aware of that and stop yourself from touching the ground that holds you back. All right. So you know, angle there. You know, we all know what happened there. Right. So you know, I know I'm nitpicking here, right? I'm nitpicking because, you know, Kumo's good enough to get my nitpicking, and because, you know, anyways, so this standing reload is actually not very efficient. It's particularly mediocre because of this building here, so I don't know. Somehow in my mind, this building influences this decision to standing reload here, and I don't really think it's necessary. So you can reload anytime you can do anything. So a general common thing is land, okay, boost, jump, rising, reload, falling, BR. That's very, very, very common. Rising, reload, falling, BR. Similarly, something like jump, rising, BR, falling, reload, right? Basically, one of the most important parts of Zeta is keeping that flow, that reload flow. It's all about ammo rotation, and integrating your reload naturally is one of the most beautiful and important things you can do. So, you know, So, you know, it just puts us a little bit farther back. Good, so we get that confirmed. We luckily hit that bad, evil IJ. Take that, you. You deserve my, you know, fucking accidental Yamauchi BR. Let's take a look at his ammo rotation here because we didn't, so reload here. Yeah, we really want to reload there. Yeah, we really want to reload there. That's okay. So you can have a fire there too. So the other thing is, especially when you're close, if there's not really a reason not to, which sometimes there are, you should just like always be firing. So actually a BR here would have been perfect, right? So you reload, right? So firing here, I would probably, so you're a little bit off angle. So I think you're out of angle here on Swag. He's luckily moving with you, so it's like, you know, it's, you know, not the end of the world. You know, you could have made a shot, but, you know, if you had swerved, then perfect. You would have been on angle to shoot him. But IJ here, who's probably doesn't think you're looking at him, hint, 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 right? If you switched to him as you were descending and BR, that's like definitely what I would have done here. Definitely, 100% of the time is, most of the time, is since you're kind of already fucked, your best bet is to try and hit somebody who's not paying attention. That would be Simo, and he's, he might have gotten hit by that. I mean, you're honestly pretty boned, so it's either that or you run away, right? If you're gonna just land like that, you know. So good, I like this camera movement. I like to see more of it. So swerving is really important. So I've said this before, but basically when you play a suit like Zeta or Delta Plus, but much more so with Zeta because it's 3, whenever you're firing your BR and somebody's moving, you actually need to, well, you don't need to, but it's suggested that you Yomi and adjust your angle such that you kind of cover all of the bases. So you kind of get it so that your first shot is going to just be barely in the angle, but then as they move the direction they're moving, / the direction you're moving, they move more into the straight on angle, so you don't have to worry about being out of angle, right? Which you actually don't want to do. Yeah, exactly what Formula said. You know, face where you want to fire, right? Or rather, it's really more like face where you think they're going, because it has nothing to do with where you're firing. It has to do with where they're going, right? So what you don't want to do is you don't want to face exactly where they are, because what happens is you'll be on angle for the first or the second shot, and then they'll like move out depending on the way they boost. So if they're like moving left, you know, overcompensate basically, overcompensate and turn with them, so that by the time they get to the second and third, they're perfectly in angle. It's much easier. But it also makes it easier to follow through. So if you are just on angle as someone's moving away from you, you kind of end that exchange at barely on angle, and then the next exchange you have to correct again. It's kind of annoying, and correcting with swivel does take time, and sometimes you just frankly don't have the time. Like, you don't want to jump that long, so you don't get enough turning, because remember, you can only turn while you're holding the C button down. Can't really turn while descending, right? So it's good habit for all suits, for all players in general, to just always tweak. Like, if you watch a lot of better players play, you'll see them tweak all the time. Like, you know, you want to try and always be tweaking your on angle because it's free, right? Right? He's always, you know, always tweaking, right? He's just always tweaking. So always be trying to adjust your angle and get it so that you just never have to really make too big of a swing, right? Just remember, it takes time, energy, and effort to pull out the angle, so you really just always want to be on the ball. Good. Let's go ahead and move on. Ah! It's a little scary. Yeah, take that. So, oh, okay. Oh, what was that? Was that boost? Oh god, it was! That dreaded bear trap. So I call this the bear trap now, by the way. The wretched bear trap. I call this the bear trap. That's my official name for this now. It's the bear trap. I've decided it's the bear trap. Because you just like you stick your foot in there on accident and you're just like fuck. So here, right? So out of angle, right? So again. So you boost to the right, there's this building here, right? He's not gonna like move this way, he's probably gonna move out this way, right? So that's, well, you know, I Yomi this as he's gonna move this way. He should move this way, it's the smart thing to do, right? Moving towards you is kind of awkward. Yeah, it's like, okay, I think it's better for him to move like this way. Certainly not sharp right. So here, regardless, you're gonna be moving out of angle. So swiveling to face kind of this direction, this direction. I'm super bad at fuck. Okay, whatever. This direction, right, would probably have been a little bit better, at least a little bit, right? Right now, you're like, I mean, you can just look at the mini map, right? I mean, let's look at the mini map here. You are covering this angle, right? So even if you swerve a bit and change your angle up to like here, it would have been better, right? Here would probably be optimal, like literally almost practically 180, but certainly not this angle, right? This is just out into nothingness, right? So, and as a result, yes, of course. So we tried to swivel here, but you know, the swivel just wasn't enough. And by this time, you should definitely react and be like, keep swiveling. So this is okay. Luckily, somehow Simo made some big boo-boo. What did he do here? Oh, wait, what? Why did he land there? Okay, I don't know why he landed there, because he landed here. He got stuck in this building. It looks like he lands, and then he just like lands again. Yeah, well, whatever. So, another big thing I'll say, yes, exactly. So, honestly, you should just mash in this mode. Because you have super armor in this mode while you're like doing almost anything, pretty much like offensive stuff, right? So actually this kind of like silly fire exchange you have, like this business here, like this boost away, actually, like, I'm not feeling it, because honestly, there's just like nothing to be scared of in this mode. You have nothing to fear in this mode. This is the mode where everyone else is fucking afraid of you, right? No one wants to be close to you in this mode. Like, there's no reason for anybody to want to be close to you when you're glowing pink like that, because that's the mode. It's rape time, right? So when you see something like Simo being this close to you like this, oh, just beautiful. I would boost to the right and just fucking push the shit in, right? But you know, the AC in general is not really good for light landing punishes. It's much better. It's kind of slow, so you know, it's better for like real landing punishes, not like random poking, because you only have one. The reload time's not very good and stuff. So you know, we've just been better like close in here. Yeah. So here it's like all this crap, like oh, just melee. You know, I mean, look, like you pressed a button and the boomerang just phased you, right? Like, yeah. See, why that boomerang just like fucking phased through you, right? Like here, this should have just been like a fucking melee, right? I mean, you know, just fucking poo on him. Like right here, this should have just been like ah, right? I mean, you melee here, but you know, it could happen a lot earlier. So basically, the point is, while in EX, really try and change up your mentality. Remember, you have super armor and take advantage of it. Punish! Ah! So I think that was probably you not getting a C out, but whatever. So, you know, meanwhile, while we were like pausing and playing for 1,000 years, I really lost track of the overall match in this game, but it's not really important because we're basically just kind of focusing on looking at how you maneuver the suit, because Zeta has a lot of subtleties to him. I really like this suit. I should really play him more. Like, I think in one of these replays, fucking like Kumo just gets some win by BRing someone in the face, not even a special move, and you just hear like Kamio just being like Zakokiro! Like at the top of his lungs. It's like so good. I'm just like, man, why am I not playing this soon? It's hella good. So, you know, we really want this reload earlier. Like, you can't not, like, you can still reload, you know. Yeah. It's hella good. Alright. No. I remember distinctly, you just shot him with a BR. Like, you BR'd him, and then he said that line. It wasn't even a special move. That's why it's funny. Like, it's just like a default line. So, after this double shot here, like, you can just... You can reload here, yeah. I mean, I guess you do it, but, you know, a little slow on it. So, these ACs, you know, I generally would not do them. They tackle to your play, then good. Yeah, so, you know, so you're getting a little better reloading by this point, so, you know. I just say keep working on it. Just kind of get used to the fact that you can kind of reload like whenever the fuck you want. So, who wants to say it? Who wants to say it? Yay, vectors! Vectors! Alright, vectors. Great. So this BZ right here is already like, you know, this BZ is just staring you in the face like it's fucking coming, right? You just see this thing like, I mean, no one wants to have to sidestep if you can help it, but you know, you did avoid it. You actually did avoid it there, but like, I mean, that was like. You know, that BZ is like, I'm coming for you. I mean, yeah. I mean, you did avoid it, but you got hit by something else. So, I mean, it's just like... Man, look at this fucking thing. I mean, it's quite close. This is like, gonna hit your... Okay, it's gonna miss you. I mean, you know, it like barely... It almost touches your foot there. I mean, if I can look at that, right? It's a pretty damn, you know. So here's the problem. Here's actually the big problem. The problem is not actually that the BZ might have hit you, though it could have, right? The problem is, even if you had avoided that BZ, at what cost? I mean, wouldn't everyone like to have a move that they shoot at you and you have to spend your entire boost bar to avoid? I mean... Look at your boost just vanish off into nothingness, right? I mean, even if you hadn't gotten hit here, you were just gonna get landing punish anyways. You had no answer, you know. So you know, that's really the big thing. Is even when you can avoid it, it's still bad because to avoid that kind of, you have to be like, just imagining you're the pilot, you're just like, off, and you know the lights are just flashing. It's like we're being locked onto Tekio Kone Kachi, right? It's like we don't really can't do anything about this other than just throw our boosts away, just say, here, take it all. I don't really need this anymore, right? So regardless of whether or not you get it or not, it's just not good. So, vectors. Was there anything else important I wanted to say about that exchange? I felt like there was something else. Oh, right. No, someone was mentioning, so formally said, right, AC. So, like, the thing about AC is, it's not bad, right? It's really good for landing punishes. It's fat. It's not fast, but it's fat. It's fat. It's fat. It's fucking huge. It has really great guidance. It's really good. It's actually really amazing. The biggest problem with it is just that, well, it causes your vernier to stop. And it's pretty much your only useful tool that does, because BC is bad and so is Charge Shot A. So, you know, really, like, amongst an otherwise you know, a suit that's strong point is basically being able to assault like kind of non-stop, refillable BR, so much on angle business, you know, really hard to hit because he's always constantly moving while attacking. Amidst this stuff, the AC is miles and miles apart, right? It's just so vulnerable, right? I mean, you're like, right? Yeah. So yeah, it is fast. When I mean by slow as the start of slow, like it's just like you're like, right? And yeah, it does travel fast once it's out. Like once it's out, no problem. The problem is, you know, it causes your vernier. It's pretty slow in startup. You can get shot before it comes out. But also, even when it comes out, like let's go ahead and rewind this. I mean, this is not very. I think it's around here. Yeah, right here, right? So this, I mean, you know, look at how much. Look at your boost, right? I mean, you know, we were at a nice healthy 65%, right? And then we had to, you know, do this and then boost and then oh god, no, now we're at like, you know, 30%. Let's just pretend we didn't get hit. Fuck, god, layout. What up? I need to really work on this layout business. Okay, so yeah, so let's look again. So we refill our boost, we're jumping. Boost top. So before we shot this AC, the big thing about this AC was that also it was the top of our ascent, so it was just kind of not efficient use of momentum. Right? So you know, before the boost, you know, we were at around here, like 65%. Then, you know, after this, and then we boost, you know, oh god. Like, our boost is just criminally low, right? Regardless of whether or not we hit them, this was just a really gross maneuver, right? And it really just stems from using AC. So just, you know, that's what vernier does. It fucks you up, you know? Fucks you up. What is this image that Dogger's posted? God damn it. Alright. So, let's see. Where were we? Good. Alright, so we've talked a lot. I like the song. Well, it kind of gets really sickening after a while, but I haven't heard this song in a while, so because I usually play the music off, so it's refreshing. Ah! My heart died a little. Yeah, take that. Yeah, good BZ. That's really good BZ. Yeah? Reload! So, you know. So again, right? So the guy, AC's guy is not like super amazing. We want to kind of actually avoid doing it as they're in the air. We want to try and do it when they're low to the ground because we want to try and catch a random landing. So, you know, throwing this out when they're up there, this is just not going to hit them. I mean, I already know this won't hit, even if I hadn't seen this before. This is only going to hit if Drapopi just decide to land randomly and not see this giant massive shot being fired at him, right? Whatever. Yes! No, just fucking hit him! Right? Just fucking push his shit in. This is like the exact same goddamn exchange, right? It's like, I swear to God, it's like almost identical exchange. So you die and activate, that is of course a big sin. That doesn't really work, but it's okay. Oh, it was an AC. You're right. Oh, you know, you were right. I thought it was a BR because I didn't see it, but it is a. Let's listen to that another time. Hell good. It's excellent. Anyways, okay. Oh, Camille, why are you just the best? I think I can just press next. Why is that put there? Why is that? Okay, whatever. Yeah, Camille is just like amazing. This is the fucking best. One hand. Yeah, good. So I like this, right? Except your partition here is a little bit icky. You need to get rid of that one, right? So sometimes what you really need to do is, yeah, have a plan to get rid of this. A little bit messy. Oh, this is volume really loud. Alright. Wow, that was really good AC. So that's good, right? So Imdrax with the funnel in your face. Yes, very good. Good camera swap. So this is a little bit, no. So generally one of the things I'll say when you play Zeta or other suits like that with rapid fires is you kind of tend to want to avoid big motions of your opponent, like as you're closing in. So the big one was, yeah, coming up here, right? Like this kind of like weird ass like situation you kind of want to avoid, and you kind of want to stick more in the mid range actually, because due to your rapid fire, you really want to avoid having really bad off-angle shots and stuff. So actually, kind of closing in there was a little bit icky. Now it's true that being closer means your BRs are more effective, but you know, like rather than boosting forward and straight, especially because Imdrax is like teching here, it's actually an extremely sticky situation. You're just kind of like straight in the thick of things. I probably would have suggested boosting more to the right and then, you know, assaulting Dropopi while still having distance, because now you gotta worry about Imdrax teching on your butt. And I know you're boosting here because you're like, shit, you know, and it's just quite icky. You know, luckily it looked like your partner was able to cover there, but you can see what I'm saying about, you know, not really wanting to get too close and get those really weird, you know, the huge motions like, you know, Dropopi like jumping really up and down on you is just very, it's very awkward as a multi-shot suit like Zaya. So you have Activate here, this is good, right? Try and do something with it. So who wants to say it? Let's rewind that. Vectors! Well, so it's very, you know, boost away from the screen. Basically, whenever you boost, towards the screen. Whenever you boost toward the screen and you're being fired at, you have to avoid. Like, you have to avoid. You cannot just, you know, jump. Or you can't just, like, land. Because, ow! That's gonna happen. So, you know, you died second, so good. You know, so here actually, you know, just that sucked. Good. That was good. Other than the fact that I didn't down, but you know. Good. Yes. Good confirm. Ugh. So, the other thing that I'll say is, you can also just do boost BR, 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 like not jump, just, you know, boost BR, BR, BR. It's also alright. Like, a lot of people feel like they don't want to use it because, okay, so that's a matchup thing. So this is important for anybody playing against Blue Destiny. Do not get in this kind of situation because that will just happen. So, when you see this, do not do the dance. Do not do the dance because that's what he wants. He wants you to like dance around him. It's like that. It's like that movie. It's like, okay, this is a really random reference, but I'll never be able to mention this ever again because yeah, it's very difficult to use this as a reference. But if any of you guys have seen the Ranma 1/2 movie, the first one, so you're gonna be like, what the fuck is Brett talking about? Okay, so the Ranma 1/2 movie, the first one, right? The final fight, Ranma's fighting against this bad guy, right? And they're just like circling each other, right? And they're just like fighting while circling each other, and like the bad guy doesn't know why. And basically, what's happening is like Ranma does this final finishing move, which utilizes the fact that they're swiveling around each other, so that like their energies of hot and cold mix and it creates like a tornado. So he does a super short Ryuken and kills him. It's really, really stupid, right? But the point is like, I don't know, I just wanted to bring that up. You know, the point is like you're playing into his hand. He wants you to dance with him in this kind of spiral so that you can get caught up in his other distraction, right? That's his plan. His plan isn't actually to hit you here, right? His plan isn't to hit you here. I hope at least one person watched that movie and they're like, oh shit, yeah. Sorry. So, you know, his plan isn't really to hit you here. His plan is to get you to not pay attention so you just get this. Yeah. There's only 2 movies. You can't really marathon them. We could marathon the OVAs, though. So, like, not only that, but he makes another one here. So, this is, like, hella bad. Like, you should hella just run away because this thing is just coming for you. Yeah, ow. Alright. So, you really just, like, what he wants to do is he wants you to forget about that rocket and then weave behind you so it hits you in the back because it's just really silly like that, you know? So, just think of it like a funnel. I mean, if you see someone throwing a funnel at you, you don't really want to, like, commit there. It's a pretty bad idea, right? It's like, he has, you know, he's gun flaming at you. You don't want to, like, run forward. So, you know, on a side note, just because that's a very common problem that will happen with anybody, so this isn't really that Kumogaki, but if you see that, wow, we really wanted to reload earlier there. So, I think one of the things, though, that is, it's not necessarily bad, because, you know, it is health conservate. Oh, dear. So, reload. Good. Good. So, that was, ended up being okay. Yes, good. Is shit. What was my train of thought? Oh, right. You tend to play kind of conservatively and kind of a little bit back because of just how the suit works, right? I mean, you jump and shoot a lot, and it's really safe, and you psychologically end up wanting to just play really safely and make no mistakes. That's okay, and obviously you don't want to be too close with Zeta, just the way the suit plays out. But, you know, you tend to kind of force a lot of attention and damage on your partner, so I would say do try and just, you know, play front in these kind of comps. It's okay to, you know, be a little bit far to mid-range, but yeah! Aww. Should've just been mashing it. You didn't actually have to, like, move close to him, you could've just immediately done it. You can honestly just mash BC. I just mashed BC. Oh, you press. It's BC. It's BC, and that's it during activate. Outside of activate, it's like completely different. But yeah. So in any case, I think that's the last replay. So I will say it is very addicting to try and, like, you know, keep away with that suit, because it's really easy to do that kind of stuff. But I will say you don't want to have to, you know, put too much pressure on Imdrax. I know Imdrax was feeling the heat a little bit there in those matches because, you know, you're not really gathering lock, as the Japanese would say. Like, they use a phrase like gathering locks, which is like to get people to, you know, look at you and also to gather their locks too, right? Get them to gather your lock and, like, focus you, right? They're not really focusing you too much. I mean, you're kind of there and they shoot you, but, like, I mean, you know, you kind of tend to back out a bit sometimes because you want to get your ammo and stuff. So, overall, so what are things I'm going to say overall? We've already covered a lot, so I'll just go ahead and recap. Reload timing and weaving in your reloads is really important. Watching out for forced landings that will interrupt your strings, so knowing how to extend that by either boosting out of, jumping higher, fuing, or stepping in the middle. Making sure that if you do step, you can shoot BR while doing it too. Don't forget that boosting and just doing raw boost and BR while boosting is an okay thing to do. That's not a problem. Watch out for ACing outside of landing punches. Try to use AC either as a combo or to really get those landing / cut punishes, not air to air. You use it too much air to air, and it oftentimes just forces you to spend lots of boost because it causes vertigo. Try to really focus on reading where they're going to move and swiveling it ahead of time so you don't get out of angle, so you can avoid it. In general, though, you are using swivel and swerve and doing some decent moving with jumping and BR, so it's not too big of an issue. Just try and keep working on and do try and swivel ahead. That's one thing you're not doing that I think you should definitely do, is try and focus on actually envisioning where they will go and where you will be shooting, and then swivel to compensate ahead of time. And always adjust with the swivel. Always swivel, basically. You know, always be adjusting that swivel as much as possible. There's no real reason ever for your suit to ever want to face the camera, so you should try and avoid that as much as possible. That's the case for 99% of suits, but, you know, I will say it's particularly important with a suit like Zeta. Anything else? Oh, yes, and of course, activates, right? So, definitely try and feel the power of being a super new type. Feel that power. And yeah, I mean, I don't understand why Tifa doesn't glow pink, because her new type powers are way stronger than Camille's. Why does he get super armor on his? Other than because he's hella angry. I mean, you know, but whatever. So yeah, let's go ahead and move on. Let's go ahead and move on. I think we have 2 more. 1 more? 2 more. It's going to be Imdrax and then Formally. Imdrax. Alright, let's go ahead and read what Imdrax said. This should be nothing but Gelgoos. Just need some help on more Gelgoo specifics. Still trying to get used to Charge Shot B while boosting at the same time. Alright. Gelgoo. Dropopi, I didn't get your email. You should double check that it was sent right and that the title was correct. So, actually, okay, good. Yeah. So, why are you not charging B? You should just be charging B. Again, why are you not charging B? Why are you not charging B? Okay, you need to charge shot B. I'm not gonna watch that replay. Yeah, did you write the subject correctly? I don't get the email unless unless the format is correct. So, okay, we're gonna watch from here. Okay. Okay. Ah, poor spear. So like, so when you get hit here, so let's rewind it a little bit back. So like, you try and check the spear. So here you should be charging B. Right when you're getting hit, you should be charging B right here. Charging B, charging B, charging B, charging B, charging B right here. Yeah. So I noticed one of the things you do, like you do an 8B like weirdly somewhere. Okay. So one of the things you do like earlier in the match. I think it's here. Yeah, so you press B here, like you take out your bato here. You take out your bato here to charge your charge shot B. So here are let me actually point out all the times you can charge shot B. You can start charging B. So well, this will be so. I'll tell you when you can press B and start charging it. Here. 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 So right when you do Lala assist. Here. 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 The whole time here you can charge. Here. You can charge B. Here. Here, definitely. Here. 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 Whenever you do losses, you can also do it. Here, you can also do it. Here. Here. Right. So basically, like, whenever you touch the ground, you can charge. Whenever you get hit, you can charge. Whenever you're already doing a melee, you can charge. You can always just shield and charge. There's lots of times when you can do it. Whenever you do AC, you can also do it while the animation's happening. So you can actually do ABC, though it's kind of dangerous. So there's lots of different opportunities to use that to get that charge correct. Good. Okay. Okay, good. So we got charge shot. So that was actually an okay sidestep, right? But you should BR'd there. You would have your hit, right? So if you just BR'd right there, like. Sidestep right here, BR his face. BR his face in, right? If you just BR'd his face in here, it would have been fine. It looked like you wanted to melee, but you were like, I have a charge shot B, what do I do? Well, charge shot B would have been okay too, honestly. Anything would have been okay. But sidestep A would have been the best. So here you let go, right? Like you actually let go of this charge shot. Let me just rewind this a bit. So you actually stop holding this charge shot. Okay, you're trying to BR, okay, that's fine. But here, like, you stop holding down that B, you should be holding it down, right? You don't need to let go, so you should definitely be charging. Whenever you're getting knocked down or hit, you should definitely be charging it. Because it takes quite a long time to build up that level 3. And, you know, you really want that. I also think you really want to Lala whenever possible, so you were not able to get a Lala. So there we go, we get it. Hold down that B. Good. Would have been good if you had a spear though. Silent boss! You have a good activate, probably. You could have fallen a little bit more, but this isn't the end of the world here. You really want to... I mean, it's okay because you really didn't want to die, so that's great. But you're not really charging heroes on this after. Okay. Good. A little weird, but it's okay. Yes, excellent. Oh, we need to charge B. Good. Yeah. Yeah, get that down. I like running away there, but I don't like not landing there. But it looks like you got away with it. Punish! Okay, good. Get that too. Oh. Actually melee him there would be okay, but... Okay. So here are some big things, first of all. Obviously, you need to charge shot B more. The most important thing to note is that you can start charging charge shot B whenever you touch the ground without a melee coming out. So that's the most common one, is like boost, land, and hit B right as you're landing. A melee won't come out, so you can start holding down charge shot B. Similarly, when you get hit or when you're on the ground, always start charging charge shot B. You know, always start charging charge shot B. The Nagina spear in general, it does not have good guidance, so I really do not suggest, until you really know how it works, using it outside of combos. Like, throwing out Raw Spear is really ballsy, and it's really good when you know how it works. It has a specific arc, and it has actually a lot of really good uses of Raw Spearing, but until you're experienced enough with, like, how bad it is normally to use, like, I really would not just throw it out mid-screen. Like, just, like, in red lock, just, like, kind of mid-range, like, just throwing it out is just not going to hit them ever. So I highly suggest not using charge shot B outside of combos. Really try and always throw out your losses as soon as it's up. Just, like, you know, don't wait, really, until you know it's ready. You know, don't just forget to do it and then, you know, get hit or something, or have an exchange where you're like, I wish I had a law here, and you have no chance to do that, you know. Work on your abusing your activate timing. So you actually move 3 times faster when you activate. Just kidding, but not really, right? Shara actually has the best activate in the game. You actually move that. You're actually the fastest. You get the fastest speed bonus from activating, and you get a good damage bonus too. So Char's activate's actually one of his strongest suits. It's one of the best things about Char is activating. He's actually becomes a really aggressive, scary force when he's activated. It's one of the things that contributes to him being a really, really solid 2K suit. So using activate to rush in and stuff is really good. So you want to try and avoid having to use it defensively if you can. Just really try and use those halves aggressively. Other than that, you know, Char is a really fundamentally based suit. So it's, you know, I know you obviously have a lot of problems because he's new, so I'm not really going to comment too much on in general, because I think you really need to just, like, practice your muscle memory work, because I can't really say much until you you actually have decent muscle memory with charge shot B, because it's obvious that a lot of things you just like you want to do something different, but something else comes out because you're just not used to like your hands holding down B and stuff. So I'm not really gonna nitpick about like the way you move or any of that stuff, because it's obviously not really what you want, right? So I would really just suggest practicing holding down B all the time. Just like always use charge shot B. You should basically never not be holding it down. There's literally the only time you don't want to be holding down B is when you need to melee instead, or you want to throw out a boomerang. Those are the only two reasons you ever want to, or because you want to activate. Like the only time you're not holding down B is because you actually want to use a B move. So if you're not actually actively trying to use a B involved move, you should be holding down B all the time. Holding down B and A is fine too. So I know sometimes you use charge shot A, which is good. Charge shot A is good, but it doesn't mean you don't have to hold down B. So actually holding down B and A, moving around with C, and then like releasing A and then comboing into charge shot B is actually quite valid. Sometimes you don't want to do it, sometimes you do. Charge shot A has its pros and cons, so we can talk about the subtleties of that more as you get more familiar with the suit. But for now, just really practice more charge shot being, and like I mean, I can't really talk about it until you get down to that charge shot B, because everything is just different. All right, and the last one for today is going to be formulas. This is blue frame. All right, here we go. So these are Dynasty matches. So this comp is kind of iffy, but already this is good, right? He's using charge shot B. That's really good. Ooh! So like here, like okay, I get what you're going for. So there's actually you're gonna you boost here, right? There's no real reason not to fire first. You're on angle, right? So you should actually just fire. It's particularly important to fire if you're gonna boost, because then you get another one. So I know that you wanted this landing punish here, so that's good. I think that you were aiming for that. You just mistimed it a bit. So actually, you could have probably just done charge shot B here, like right. Not that's too late. Like right about here, charge shot B would have been okay, as he's falling. That would have been a pretty alright charge shot B. But this is okay. So you get hit here, but so good 2B. This is really good 2B. So this 2B here is really good. I really like that 2B. It's very, very smart 2B. So like a lot of people would have done different things in this scenario. Like some people might have countered here. Some people might have backdashed and done a boomerang. Like that's probably what I would have done. Some people might have sidestepped and meleeed, right? Like some people would probably sidestepped and meleeed here when you see this, and that would have generally been okay too. The problem is, and actually, if Tatagis was smart, for example, he could have done charge shot A off of this melee. Yeah, I realized really quickly in this game that going above the enemy is strong. Yes, it's very, very strong in this game. So I've actually watched a little bit of formula. Like I recorded these beforehand, so most of them I just like look at the corner of my eye and I don't really watch them. But I do remember that formula is generally really good at using 2B now. So we're gonna see a lot of like 2B usage, and we're gonna talk about that a lot. Some of it's like good, some of it's not that good, but overall it's quite effective. Bet more good than bad. That's important. So this 2B is actually an extremely smart decision. It's a very, very, very smart decision. Now it's a scary decision because you could just get hit. And like a lot of people, again, I would say would go for like sidestep melee here, or backdash boomerang, or maybe sidestep BZ. But Tall could have used Charge Shot A, which would have beaten out a bunch of these options. Tall could have done a sidestep whip, which would have beaten out all the melee options, stuff like that. So this 2B is really good because like he has no answer for this 2B. This 2B is like, this is pretty much the perfect time to use 2B here. There's pretty much nothing Tall could have done other than like whip. Like he could have done like, you know, Rainbow Step forward and like fucking up whip or something, but that's just like really random. Or like time his Rainbow Step perfectly as you're coming down with 2B, but that would have been also really random. So like the 2B here is really good because it would just be now like, you know, all these options. Now this melee here though is actually a little bit, you know, lucky. Like, so here, you know, we could go back and look at how much boost Tallgeese has, but I'm not gonna really worry about it. But you know, Tallgeese whiffs his melee quite far here, so if he had Rainbow Stepped into a whip, he probably still would have lost his exchange, right? But regardless, you could have actually just Fua Stepped off of this Rainbow Step. So the safest option here, because I know that Tallgeese is very low on boost, you could have Fua Stepped. Probably left would have been best rather than right here, but you know, most people press 6 rather than 4. It's just easier because you know, the 6 on the left side. So some people tend to Rainbow Step right rather than left. So, you know, like left Rainbow Fua Step here into a very easy like landing punish or BR, you know, BR combo or even BC, you know, would have been quite effective. But, you know, this is, I mean, he has time to do stuff here. He could have been charge shotting you or something, but looks like he kind of flailed a bit and he just gets hit. Yeah, so anyways, that ended up being a very beautiful exchange for you, right? So this has worked out really well. This looks really pretty when you watch it in real time, right? That 2B is really, really nice. So that's good. 2B is good. So yeah, so you know, so here's another thing I'll say about like Oki. This isn't really Oki. This is more about like after knockdowns, you really gotta pay attention to like when you land, because the worst thing that can happen to someone, and this happens a lot, right, is it's not actually about the building. It has to do with landing timing, which is like sometimes if you're not prepared for that knockdown, you boost as they're still knocked down, and then you're like, oh shit, I don't want to move. I should probably land. And then you start to land as they're getting up, like, which means that you like take off. You like take off earlier than them, and they have invincibility. So not only do they have a slight boost advantage on you, but they're also invincible, which means you can't really melee them. So it's kind of like not so good. So one of the things you should try and pay attention to, you know, more experienced players is watching exactly when they get up. So, yeah, so it depends. It depends on like the tech. There's a lot of different factors. This is why I say Oki is something you shouldn't really worry about too much as a newer player, because it's actually very, very, very subtle. So here, right here, I probably would not have moved, or I would have just run away. Like I would have like moved to the right. But the problem is like this. So here, like he's getting up as you're touching the ground. So you have to land here. If you do not land here, you have a problem. You have a problem if you do not land here. Because if you do not land here, you're gonna be if you boost again, you're gonna be put at like 60 when he's at 100, and that's like really bad because he's close to you too. So this is like the perfect example of like how you can fuck up what looks like really basic Oki. All about the timing. So like you did land there, which is fine, but you delayed your something. I don't know what you delayed. Yeah, so you just like delayed your boost. It also has to do with the wall. But like, even though you landed, it was just kind of like a sticky situation. Like, this is just one of those things where, like, yeah, like, so this is just one of those things where you need to know all of the variables and take account for them. So here, the biggest thing is the buildings. So like, this is a matchup, but I probably would not fight Tallgeese in the buildings. He has a whip and he has a fastfall. Both those tools are really good with buildings. You don't really have any tools other than boomerang that's good with buildings. So like, you know, throwing out like a meaty boomerang through the building as he's getting up might have been okay. But other than that, not that good. You have 2B, but you know, it's just he has more boost than you, so he already has the one-on-one advantage, right, as a range suit. So this is like a situation where I would have probably suggested just running away, moving to the right. If you look at the minimap here, your partner is actually very close to you. So, you know, like, if you just move this way, you could probably make something happen here. But regardless, you know, like, moving close to the buildings as he's getting up was just like a awkward decision. So like the big thing with Oki and like when you get a knockdown is you really have to pay a lot of attention to when he's getting up and don't fuck it up, right? Like the biggest problem is people will boost and then realize that they boosted too early and then they will like try and land as the guy's getting up, and then the guy is like, so it's kind of the opposite. So the first thing I said was, you know, if you take off too early and keep going, then you're at a boost disadvantage. The opposite situation can happen. It's kind of what happened here, which is you landed as he was getting up, so you're like minus. You basically put yourself in a minus situation, and he has like wake up invincibility. So this is like kind of really bad. Like, yeah, you could have moved out, but you're basically minus. He gets up first, so you have the boost advantage, but he's close to you, so he gets priority here. You have to kind of run away because, like, even though you have more boost, in terms of exchanges, he's in the air first, which means he fires at you first, which means, especially if your back is turned, your turnaround shot is too slow. You'll get shot, which means you have no choice but to run, so you basically force yourself on the defensive. And then you have to spend boost just to, like, get enough distance to turn around, so you get to use your on-angle shots because you don't really have good off-angle option without spending lots of boost. Yeah, so you basically put yourself in a defensive situation here. That was the biggest problem. So even if you hadn't gotten hit here, this is still kind of sticky because, like, look, like even if you hadn't gotten hit by this, you're just kind of have to run away from this, and you don't really have any good options from that. You can turn around and fire at him, but that's kind of, you know, I mean, I guess you can boost to the right and like hit him, but you know, then you're just in this dogfight situation. He has whip, and you know, you just kind of coin flippy. So, you know, so from here, it's kind of just a really not the kind of situation you really want to have to deal with. You know, kind of guessing game. Like you either go in close and it's just a silly guessing game, or you try and space and no. You cannot BC fucking Tallgeese. That's not gonna work. That's hella not gonna work. If it was a different suit, yeah, but in Tallgeese, it's just never gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna go like this. And he's just gonna burn at you and shoot you like 3 times. You're gonna be like, fuck. So, you know. The best solution probably would have been to go behind the buildings and throw a boomerang at him, probably. Or just try and like land behind the boomerang and just fix it. So, you know, so the problem is basically like because he got up too early because you landed too late. So like landing too early is bad because you boost away and you're at a boost disadvantage. But landing too late is bad too, because landing too late lets him like get on you as you're landing, because you're like stuck in landing recovery and he's getting on you. That's bad too. So you want to either land early and boost off before he gets up, but then be far away and be doing something else, or have distance so it doesn't matter and like shoot something meaty at him while you're like on the ground or something. Generally, what you do is like you stay on the ground, then you shoot something at him as he's getting up, and then you boost off, so you have the best of both worlds. That's like a really common solution, right? Anyways, so yeah, so like, you know, the problem is basically you're minus here and you have to run away. That's the biggest problem. You got hit, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know, and good confirmed by MAC-T. A little bit slower than the cancel, but it doesn't really matter. Ow, that sucked. So, you know, you're kind of low now, right? You haven't used a charge shot B, you combo into it, that's good. That's, you know, so I know this happens all the time to people, so I'll just point out the situation, which is you do something because you think you are safe in the buildings. I mean, I do this all the time too, everyone does this, right? Which is like, you're kind of low on boost here. Well, not really. You just, well, you are by here. And then you're like, okay, well, you know what, like, I'm kind of fucked, but, you know, there's these buildings here. If I just, like, land behind these buildings, it's okay. And you get hit, right? So that kind of can't be helped, but I just like to point that out so that you can be aware of it. That was really, oh my god. Well, actually, at least his partner died, so it's not the end of the world. I would like to see you charging B here, though. Like, right here, charging B, so you should definitely be charging B right here. You probably just forgot, but, you know. You be aware, like, a lot of people seem to forget that you can charge stuff while you're on the ground. It's really important. I mean, you know, I take it for granted since my character is all about charging A, so, you know, but... So, you know, you did not get a half. Kind of unfortunate. You know. So, I know I'm nitpicking here, but this is actually a world of difference, so let's watch how this plays out. So, that little exchange didn't really sum up too much. But here you're kind of far, right? You're in green log, you can't really help. Your partners are kind of being 2v1. Luckily, it's like doubles 8. I'm sure like MacT just doesn't want to get hit by Garaby or something, so he runs away. But I actually am surprised. I mean, I think here it's smart for MacT to just actually go in because his partner's like dying and, you know, he has tons of health. And I believe he has a burst or something. So, you know, like, I'm actually surprised that he backed out. He did, which meant the situation didn't play out very poorly. But you're kind of far away. So what was the problem? Why were you far away, right? Let's look at this. We look back over here. You're pretty far. You're still pretty close. So let's break down what went wrong, because this is actually a little bit of a misplay neutrally, right? Didn't feel like you made a big mistake, right? You didn't really make a big mistake. And yeah, and yeah, you were scared, right? But let's slow it down and find where the problem occurred, right? So this is okay, right? I mean, this is all fine, right? Notice that the other thing, the reason why you didn't need to be so squared is his partner's hella far away and your partner's very close, right? Your partner's not actually helping you because he's a dummy like that. But, okay, he switches here, so, you know, like, no, see, I don't really know what that Devil's is doing here, but, so, this is okay. You hop, you swivel, which is good, right? So, looks like he boosts to the right. You land. So this is good. So this is actually good. Right? This is great. This is great. Because you know, this is actually quite good for you. You landed, he didn't. He didn't have much boost. He boosts to the right, so here. So the problem is this. You boost right, he boosts left. So you need to really catch this. You jumped. Yeah, so what do you think needed to be done? I'll just tell you the answer. I'll just give you the cheat sheet. So what really should have been done was the following. When you saw him boost left, right about here is when the human reaction should have kicked in. This is when you should have boosted forward. Yeah, this is when you should have boosted forward, because you can see that he's boosting away, so you should actually be able to sense that if you continue along this path, which is he's boosting away from you, you're boosting away from him, you guys are going to split and you're going to get in green lock. And this is not good for you because his red lock's longer than yours, first of all, so it doesn't really help if he's in red and you're in green. In addition, he's cornering your partner, which is, you know, not so good, right? Not so good. But the biggest problem was you jumped here. So, yeah, directly towards him is fine, because you can see that he's boosting away. So unless you actually, if you boost to the left, you would have still been in green lock here. Because, like, look how far he is, you know. If you had boosted to the left, you might have been in red lock. So you basically, you catch this a little bit late when you're already in red, you know. Basically, you don't want to wait till you're in green to realize, oh, I'm in green lock. I should move in and, you know, fix that, right? That's probably what you did, right? You need to have noticed that he was actually boosting away from you as you were boosting away from him. You guys were splitting apart, so you need to, you know, correct that, get back in there, right? And while it's true that my work is based on you, you're like a supercomputer. I'm like, damn it, I fucked that up. Okay, sorry. So while it's true that you are very low, you have a full burst, right? You have a full burst. So you shouldn't actually be too afraid here because you have a full burst, and actually this is the kind of situation where you kind of want to play a little bit on the knife's edge here because you have that full burst. So if you play on the knife's edge with another guy, it's going to come out on your advantage once you full boost. So, you know, you really would have wanted something here. And you're a little bit too far, but, you know, it doesn't really turn out too much. And now you're back in the green light. This is hell scary. You're probably gonna activate here, right? So is this gonna work out? So I don't really know like how the situation would turn out. I find this to have been a little bit boost inefficient though. Jump. Yeah. So I mean so the other thing is you're 2K and you're against the 2.5K. So you know whenever you're like a 2K matching up against a higher cost suit as 2K, you really gotta be a little bit careful about your boost. All right. So the big one was. So you jumped and then like boosted away again. Like I don't know. Maybe you just like inputted it slowly and got boost or got jump when you didn't want it. But you know, was that sidestep? Oh, it was a sidestep. Okay, so this is like kind of, yeah, this is kind of just like the biggest. First of all, you kind of want to be lower to the ground rather than higher. Being low to the ground, being high to the ground when you have lots of boosts is actually, as this kind of suit, it's better to be lower because the lower you are, the more you can catch them trying to sneak a landing in because you don't want them to escape, right? So like, you know, you did boost, hop, sidestep, fire, boost dash, and like kind of like ruined all of your boost, and Mac T just kind of landed. I mean, if you watched, he didn't really do anything. Okay. Well, yeah, you know, this, yeah. So, you know, just, you know. So, you know, just don't be too impatient, you know. I know especially when you have like, a meter like that, like full burst, you want to just get in there, right? You just want to like fucking spell all your boosts and just get hella close to them, then like burst and fuck them up. I know everyone wants to do that, but it's important to calm down and realize that no matter how fast you're playing like that, you're not really getting there any faster. You know, you used your boost up, but you weren't, you know, you didn't really get on him faster. And why is that? Well, it's a common problem everyone makes, which is you boost hop and then you do something rather than fall. So this is a really common problem that people don't realize, which is, what is the greatest weakness about boosting? Boosting does not change your height, your altitude, right? Boosting only occurs on the XY plane for the most part. I mean, like, you kind of boost, like, yeah, not really. Just pretty much like XY, right? So if you boost and jump like that, Tallgeese is down here, you're up here. You can just boost all the time up here. You know, you can do all this boosting. You're not really getting any closer to him, right? You're not actually getting any closer to hitting him because you're just gonna stand up here and, you know, the more you rapidly boost thinking you want to play fast with a burst ready in your back pocket, you know, you're actually not achieving anything. You're actually preventing yourself from getting closer via the most fundamental technique, which is falling. So a lot of times it's important to realize that just letting yourself fall, you know, letting yourself fall is actually quite crucial to catching people sometimes. You know, falling is important. You should think of falling as a free boost. You're boosting down for free. It's great, right? So don't, you know, rob yourself of that beautiful option by boosting quickly, right? This is, again, one of the reasons why, as I spoke before, being under people is better than being above people, right? Because if someone's above you, even if they want to fight you, they have to let themselves fall at some point, right? I mean, they might boost hop into a fall, but at some point they have to fall, and falling is sort of vulnerable. It's more vulnerable than, like, boosting, I suppose, if you don't care about boost efficiency, right? So you know, if you're underneath someone and someone's going up, it's easy to chase them, right? You just boost hop or hold your jump. And it's very easy once you're rising to control when you want to stop rising. You simply boost or press melee or something. But like descending subtly is much more difficult because it's just much more dangerous, right? Falling at someone is kind of scary. It's very risky in some cases, right? Ascending to someone's a lot easier because it's just, you can see it more. The angle is much more clear, and like because of just, you know, just because of green lock and muzzle correction stuff, is just, you know, easier to handle, right? because it's easier to go under someone into their dead zone when they're above you and control that space so that you don't get punished. Rather, it's much more difficult to like fly on top of someone and then like land on them. I mean, that's really hard to do. That's a very high level technique. It's very hard to actually pilot correctly to get that kind of situation, because it involves a lot of, you know, very subtle depth perception, and you need to know how they're going to move. It's much more difficult than, you know, not getting hit when you're on the ground. So, and you know, if you're on the ground and they're in the air, they eventually have to come down, right? So you don't actually have to worry too much about it, right? Like if they're stalling in the air, fine, just land and kill them. Or just, you know, stall on the ground. Just do whatever you want. Sidestep, right? Not a big deal, right? They eventually have to come down to you and die. So you can just sit there and wait until they eventually, you know, write their own grave. You know, that's not a phrase. So that's why I, you know, especially with a suit like, you know, a melee suit, you know, that being down to the ground is better, you know. I mean, being up in the air is okay if you have good ranged abilities, but you don't. So, you know, for you definitely just want to be low to the ground so you can just punish that guy. Good. All right. So, I anticipated, because we are so much faster on these replays now, that I anticipated that we were going to do these faster, but it is clear that it's quite the opposite. Where this might be like our longest one yet in terms of actual content, me not like, you know, being asleep or you know, talking about food or something. So also that charge shot beat trade was pretty alright. I'm okay with that, honestly. That sucks, but you know, that's just kind of little input errors. Ah! So turnaround shot is a big problem. This is a big problem, right? So, I mean, you were kind of doomed. There wasn't really a good way to salvage that other than to maybe try and YOLO BC or 2B, you know, towards the end there. I mean, he pretty much checkmated you. Good. It is worth shooting a BR after that to get that down. So if you do knock them down, you don't see them red, you shoot them. It's free damage. In some cases, it can actually force them into a harder knockdown tech. Sometimes, like, you know, it might not actually get them truly knocked down, and you know, that last hit can sometimes be different. So unfortunately, your 6BC didn't work, but you know, you rainbow stepped it. So you have a burst, your partner's dead alright. So I really think you should have bursted there. So like, I mean, you didn't. So we're actually right here. So here's the problem. Maybe you just didn't want the half, but I think you should have gone for it right here. So instead of like falling away from him, if you just did 6B and overheat and then activated and then like immediately rainbow step, like he would have just gotten shat on and you wouldn't have died from that. So that would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone there. Luckily, Simo is full plus, so you guys can still win. Right. Well, you know, it's true that you might just die. In that kind of situation, though, I mean, wow. Well, that was fast. Okay, then. In that kind of situation, you know, that, like, it would have been guaranteed to kill that wing. So it kind of was worth going for, because the deal is you wouldn't have had to spend too much boost, maybe like two boost dashes at maximum, just like 1 rainbow step, to get that kill, and you could spend the rest of the boost not dying to the 3rd guy or the 4th guy, lock edge or whatever. So, you know, on angle, off angles are a little bit iffy, you know, but it's okay. So, yeah, this is good. Good. So that's unfortunate, you know, I mean, can't really help that. It happened at the same time you're firing, so you kind of had to choose. I think that was an okay trade. I mean, you got the knockdown in, so, you know, this could have been a vector kill here, but it's okay. I think you didn't need to do that, but it's okay that you tried. It's better than... You recognize that was a dangerous situation. This is good. Ow. So it's really important to like pay attention to these funnels. So I don't know if you knew that they were on you, but you could have known because he's staring at you. So here this radar is being like, here come the funnels. So I know they looked kind of like they weren't going at you. But you know, if you're not sure, I would have probably just been safer than sorry, and just boosted more. You know, just to be safe. So it kind of sucked. Luckily, Hero chose the right direction for these funnels, so they still hit you. I think if they had been like, I mean, honestly, by choosing left on you, it kind of made it look like it was going for Simo. I think if he had chosen like right or something instead, it probably would have been more obvious it was on you, and you probably would have avoided it. So that's pretty sneaky, I guess. I see. So you also threw a boomerang here. That was the problem. I didn't see that the first time. So that was a really bad time to boomerang. Oh shit. There's I fucked up the ratio on this. Okay. Yeah, so you really, I think honestly, if you had even landed, you might have gotten away with that. Yeah, I think if you landed there, actually, you would have avoided these. Because if you land here, instead of this, you would have boosted about now. Like, it would have been really close. It would have been really close, but you might have, honestly. 2B, yes, this is a good 2B. That is not. Okay, that's good. You probably want to like learn combos though, because that was like a really, really weak combo. You really want to get, yeah. I would say you should training mode and learn some actual combos though, because I think that's hurting you. You tend to like cut them off at like random times. No, so this was not that bad. So I'll tell you where the exchange went wrong. So. You want to fight him, that's like, okay, he fucked up. You got a landing, so you actually win here. You win. So actually, you win. So this is actually how you should feel. When you land like that, it's not a, oh, I didn't die, thank God. It's like, oh, I win. Alright, so you actually won here. This burst might fuck you up. Ah, you 2B'd. Okay, so you won, but then he bursted, right? Right, it's like you won that exchange, and then he was like, oh, I lost, I'll burst, right? So you 2B'd instead of like landing. You should have actually recognized that landing punch and just boosted BR'd. Fortunately, this 2B worked out in your favor because you were psychic and read that he knew that he was fucked and then did a activate, so then you 2B'd or something, right? So this 2B kind of works out for you, right? Alright, it's so. Because he's very low on boost here. Alright, so you should let yourself plummet more. Remember what I said about being high and why it's not a good idea? Well, the same goes for 2B. 2B falls down. The fall down part is just as good as the fall up part in terms of avoiding stuff, sort of. So actually, like, you really like cut this really early, and it forced you to be up here rather than like down here. Right? You could have been down here, and this would have been a much more okay situation. Well, you also would have been closer, right? Because your 2B, I mean your 6B and your B moves in general, they don't really extend very far. They're not very, what's the word? They don't move you very far as melees go. Your melee is kind of average, aside from its amazing cut ability. I step canceled that because I remembered someone telling me to 2B sooner. Well, they probably saw you like 2B when you touch the ground and like delayed rainbow step. So it just depends. You have to honestly react to it though. Like, so like when you 2B, so it's like really hard. So the problem is you like did it without us being able to see what the fuck was going on. Like you just did it and like we don't get a chance to see like what the hell's happening. So like. This is okay, because, like, okay, before that frame, like, he's not going to shoot you. Even if he's going to shoot you with a BR, like, he's targeting you while you're up in the air, so when you plummet, that beam would have missed you, and then you could have rainbow stepped. Also, you should have rainbow stepped left, not right. Definitely left. So, you know, I highly suggest rainbow stepping left here instead of right. So you're still pretty close. So the biggest thing is you should move left, not right, right? So I know this is probably a habit because, well, actually, I take that back. I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, we know he's moving left. No. You should move left here. So here's the. This is silly, but so if we look at the minimap, okay. We look at the minimap, it makes sense that Hero should move right, correct? Right? It makes sense that Hero should be moving right. Like, he should move this way because, you know, the corner is more smushed over here. Now, why did he move left, and why do I think he should move, not that he should, why do I think that it is natural and logical to move left? That's a hard question. Does anyone want to try and answer that? I'll give you a hint. It has nothing to do with the people on the bottom. It is just only the situation. It is only this one-on-one situation. So why does it make sense for why is it likely that Hero was gonna move to our left rather than the right? No, not hands, not hands. Not hands, not hands at all. No, there's not more room though. There's more room there's more room over here. But he moves over here. No, not because of the buildings either. Not because of the buildings. Not because of the teammate. It actually doesn't have to do with any of this. Well, it might have to do with the buildings. It might have to do with the buildings. No. I mean, look, like, you know, his teammate's over here. So this is formally his teammate. So he'd be moving, and actually kind of bad that he moved here. Corner? No, it's actually more simple. Yes! Oh, Burger King. Yes. Right on the bullet. Oh, that doesn't even make any sense. Yes, it was because Formally came in with a 6B. So if we rewind this and watch this in slow motion, I'm really happy someone got that. Burger Kong, sorry. So watch Formally's approach here. Oh, sorry. Okay. So it's okay. Okay. So watch Formally's approach here. So he rainbow steps this, right? And then he 6Bs here, right? Right? So he's like arcing. So even though if we just look at the mini-map, it looks like he should move to the right. He's arcing, he's closing in from the right side, right? So he's actually like arcing in this way, so it becomes natural. It becomes natural for Hero to move to the left, right? This is also why here it should also be natural for you to cut him off and move to the left. So here actually I would have really liked for Formula to rainbow step to the left because the inner left curve actually does make a difference. So you get to kind of cut into his movement here. So butting in on the left here would have been great. Instead, you rainbow step to the right, and you know you could have been kind of like more over here. Instead, you're kind of over here. All right. So this BC was just like the worst idea, honestly. You have a burst, right? There's just no reason to do this BC. BC is just like so slow, and yeah, like it's just not. It was not a good idea. It was not a good idea. So how did you like? Oh, you super armor through it. God damn it! Fucking silly. I mean, I suppose this worked out because you super armored through the fucking BZ, but I mean, this is like fucking silly. So it would be nice to have that, you know, thing. So, you know, so what went wrong? Here, this went wrong. So you won this exchange, but like, I mean, you could have done it in a much more elegant fashion that led to like a clean hit rather than like this kind of weird sloppy. This is really sloppy and like. I mean, okay, come on. Like, I don't know why Akihiro like boosted. He fucking boosted into you, so like, I don't know what the hell Akihiro was doing here, but it was not like. It was not. It was not good. Like, I don't know why he boosted 4 here. Like, I have no fucking idea. Why did you fucking boost at him, Hero? This doesn't even make any fucking sense. Were you trying to super him? I bet he was trying to fucking super you. Why? Ugh, beating melee in this situation? Like, no. Are you kidding me? It does look cool, though. I will admit, this is like one of the coolest shots. Let's go back. It does look really cool. Yeah, it's like hella cool, man. Like on fire. You like come out of the shadows of the smoke. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. That was a very fraudulent beating melee that the Akihiro was going for, and he paid for it, so I guess that's okay. He learned his lesson. Fucking hero. Look at it. Look at this hero guy. Hell mashing. Oh, looks like your looks like your cooldown wore off too. Are you gonna win this? Are you gonna win this? Oh, you don't win this. Okay. Yeah, he was particularly angry that match. Okay, no problem. You took like what, 20 damage? You have 580 or you have 590? I think you have 580. 580 sounds right. Okay, I like that you started charging again after you got hit, right? I like that. So watch out for those fences, yeah, so you know. It's a matchup thing. I would honestly not really bother trying to fight Kushakuya. It's pretty annoying, honestly. Like here, this is good. This is bad. You probably can get fenced, I bet, or hit. So you really need to calm down here. Right? You're being really like. Wow, Lock Edge is really trolling you. Lock Edge is hella trolling you. He got pretty trolled in this match. Holy shit. Like, that was pretty great. I have to applaud Lock Edge, actually. You did a really good job here. This was really smart. Like, this exchange here is really good. Like, if I was from here, I'd just be like, that's a pretty, like, outplayed moment. You got pretty, like, outplayed there. This is pretty bad. So I think you're fucked. I don't really see how this is salvageable, but I guess we'll find out. What the hell was that? Was that boomerang? Oh, it was. Why did you boomerang here? Okay. So formally, you can BR straight cancel into boomerang. So you didn't need to do BR boost boomerang. If you did BR boomerang, you would have hit him. It's pretty Dan's game that like Kushakuya went for melee here though. It's honestly pretty stupid. So I can understand how you might have thought it was no okay thing to do because like he wouldn't there, you know, like yeah, it was actually honestly like a really dumb idea to melee there, and that was an error by Lock Edge. Lock Edge fucked up pretty bad. You should have hit him. Like, that was a bad mistake. But you made a bad mistake too, so, you know, his bad mistake was less bad than yours, basically. But, you know. Like this boomerang was just, you know, not a good idea. So he did a bad idea, but you picked like an even worse idea. Well, it's not trolling if you just get hit. If Formula did like anything else, Kshatriya would have just gotten hit. Hell, if he just pressed his own melee, he would have like won. He just did like the one thing that was not good, which is boomerang because it's slow. I think literally anything else he could have done would have won. Literally anything aside from like charge A. Like BRBZ would have worked. Like BR boost BZ, BR boost BR, BR BZ, BR AC. BR boost melee, BR boost counter, BR 2B. Everything except charge A like would have beaten that melee, so. And it's fine because you get a reversal. I don't really know if that's legit, but you know, I guess whatever. Are you gonna get fenced? Oh, looks like he doesn't care about you. It looks like he wants to help his partner. Yes. Oh, you might win this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Uh oh. Charge shot. You should just do it. Okay, you did it, but that was not a good time. But you can win. Ah! Ah! Alright, let's watch. What the hell is Lockhead doing here? I don't know. He just suicided. fuck was this? Alright. So he like spawns. I don't know, he's just like ignoring you like the whole match. Like this whole last like 30 seconds. Oh. What the fuck is this? I mean like he had 2 people on him. So I mean like, oh, I see what happened. I think he hit Akihiro. I think this is Akihiro's fault here. I don't know. I can't tell. No, it's not that you spawned away. Like, I can't tell, but I think Akihiro got knocked down here. Well, the big problem, honestly, was you spent that funnel. This fence here was a bad idea. You should have been fencing. You should have been fencing formally. You let him like pressure you by not doing anything. I can't. Yeah. So okay. So I'm pretty sure Akihiro gets hit here. So Akihiro got hit. That's the big problem because then Akihiro, while activated, gets to chase Kshatriya. So Akihiro shouldn't have gotten hit there. Well, fencing has its limits. Well, no, my point is you threw this one. This was not a good fence to throw. So you had one less, unless that was your third. We'll find out. Yeah, I think you are out of fences. I think that was probably your third fence. Otherwise, yeah. I think you were out of fences. The biggest problem was that you ignored formally here. Like, I don't know why you were so... Yeah, you like hella... Oh, you just tried to end the match. And like, this actually doesn't have anything to do with like your spawn or anything, Lock Edge. This actually has all to do with you ignoring formally. Like, if we just like watched pretty much all this stuff. Like, you wake up and you throw this fence at fucking... you throw this fence at full claws like hella random, and then you just like you run out like this, and then like you get hit by that shot, but that's kind of your fault, and then you get hit by, you know, Kshatriya. I mean by full cloth here. Like it's just like bad communication between you and Aki. Like it looks like, you know, Aki got like knocked down, and yeah. So, you know, like, the big thing was here. So, like, yeah, this was really the turning point. This wake up fence. So, like, you guys are out of position. Let's just watch the meme map. This should be really, actually, I think you will learn a lot. We're just gonna watch the entire thing. We're only gonna watch the meme map. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, look at his hair and all of its glorious orangeness. Yeah, look at that fucking like sky, and yeah, okay. So we're gonna watch this meme map, and you will see exactly where the problem occurs. So like, this looks okay, right? This is pretty okay. Like this is looking fine. You guys are being kind of like, you know, you guys are being cornered now though. You know, you guys are being cornered. It's kind of a problem. Like somebody, I don't know which one, is like walking back and forth and just like trying, like you just like halve in the corner, right? Halve in the corner. Okay, so then somebody is in the back, so that's Akihiro, right? Akihiro doesn't know what he's doing. You guys are split up. Notice how Formally and Simo play really well together, right? Notice how they play really close, right? They play really nicely together. If you watch, they really cooperate much better than the opposing team, right? Like they are always closer. They are always closer together than Hero and Lock Edge, right? Hero and Lock Edge are almost always farther apart, except when it gets like this kind of weird crap. So here's this part where he's gonna get this hit on Kushatri, I think. Nope. Alright, this is where Kushatri, he gets meleeed by Kushatri here. He gets knocked down, but Formally gets a reversal burst. Now watch the mini map here. Watch what happens. Like, look how like disarrayed this becomes. Look, right here. Big problem. Tries to fix, but then he dies, right? He spawns, right? And then like, and that's death, right? It's death, right? Right. So we can really see here, right? We can really see just how obvious it is if you just look at the minimap. I mean, I think that should really, you can see very clearly that a lot of the problems on the metal level were just Akihiro and Simo were just Akihiro and Lock Edge were like playing too far apart. Akihiro tended to like pull back too much and let Kushatri, like, they did a lot of 1v1ing, and, you know, I mean, luckily some of it worked out, and that's why it was as close as it was, because Lock Edge was winning all of his one-on-one exchanges except for, like, the last one with Formally. But, you know, just, the problem is, you know, Kushatria, like, you know, can't really deal very well with those kind of situations where she gets double locked like that. And the problem is that happened. So obviously, yes, Lock Edge got 2v1 at the very end, right? But how did it come to that? I mean, yeah, it was death, but overall in general, Akihiro and Lock Edge were just not playing very cohesively, right? They split up a lot. And that wasn't just one player, but they just tended to kind of wander around aimlessly. And if you looked at Formally and Simo, they were playing much more compact, right? Like some of this is really actually lovely to look at, like around. So you know, this happens in real matches. This is not just like this is not just coincidence. This isn't a rare occurrence. So you can actually right from here. So Formulay's in the middle of the map. This is the middle here, right? The edge is like right over here, right? And Simo's coming in from the right. So you're gonna see that they're gonna push them into a corner hella hard. Watch this. Here comes Simo. He's gonna pull in from the right side. Formulay's gonna push in. He's pressuring here in this corner space on the left, right? And just watch what happens. They're just gonna slowly, like, they're just like, you know, they're just footstepping, but slowly, right? This is actually a really good play by Simo here. Simo, like, zips around to this left side, so actually watch what happens here. This is really good. They actually swap sides here. So Simo moves over to the left side, and now you have this, like, really good corner. You know, you guys are like, this is really kind of concerning. Now, they actually lost this exchange, but it's not really important. Because now look what happened, right? Now Lock Edge, like, escaped to the corner, and Akihiro did not follow. So Akihiro is down at the bottom now, and now we have this really nice pincer. That's, like, the best thing for Full Cloth to ever have, is like, ooh, I get to pick and choose who to just fucking poo on now, right? And now you see that, well, you know, Kushatri gets his fence and looks like they're able to get this in. But still here, look at how, you know, Akihiro is really quite far away. Here they're getting pincered, but, you know, Akihiro is quite far away from Kushatri here. And so now the opposite's happening. Formally and Full Cloth are kind of in a corner, but I believe they're gonna escape this or push out. Oh, never mind. So Formally dies, and that fixes the situation immediately, right? So okay then. But, you know, all of this stuff is, you know, the biggest problem is if you look at Lock Edge, he's constantly, you know, out off over here, and I have barely ever seen him supporting his partner. Similarly, I mean, honestly, this is the same for Formally and Simo too. They don't really cooperate together, but I believe the one-on-one matchups are a little bit in their favor, you know. Honestly, both teams need to kind of work more together, but at least Formally and Simo were a little bit closer together, so, you know. But, I mean, you know, this honestly, like, one-on-one Kushatria business was just, I mean, it worked out, but it was kind of a problem, right? But see, even here, so even here, you can't see it. Let me bring this down. So Kushatria and Formally are like one-on-one-ing, right? And I'm like saying how they're both doing all this one-on-one, but because Formally and Simo are playing a little bit closer together, at least, bam, Simo gets this nice double neutral whip, like semi-cut, right? Or at least punish on Kushatria. And it's those kind of small exchanges where, you know, they might not play super cooperatively together, but overall they're just playing a little bit closer, a little bit tighter, right? And, you know, this business happens where he gets meleeed, right? So, I mean, you know, they're just really spread out. So, you know, it's really important as Lock Edge and Akihiro to focus on making sure you regroup. This is a team, so this matchup, I mean, like, Simo's not that good at Full Cloth, and I haven't really seen him do anything other than mash melee. So I'm pretty confident that in the neutral game, they can do really great in the neutral game, right? He has lots of options in the neutral game, so I think it was really important that you guys regroup. The other problem is because Kushatria is really dependent on his fences, right? And, like, Lock Edge was using his fences really liberally, but because of the pacing, because he got caught in all these 1v1s, he didn't always have his fences when he needed them. And so one of the reasons why it's really important to regroup with Kushatria and always stay with your partner is not only because Kushatria is bad, right? But, like, you know, Kushatria needs those funnels up, so when your funnels are down, you kind of can't do much, and if you're kind of split up, it can be really sticky and gross. So you really want to try and, you know, regroup. I mean, that was the biggest problem, though, just the random fence and then getting hit by that BR, and then you die because of it. It was really, really problematic. And, you know, probably didn't have a fence for Full Claw, too. I don't know. I mean, in general, just Akihiro was not taking enough damage, right? I mean, in the end of the day, Lock Edge just died twice. You know, Akihiro had full health, right? I mean, let's look at the health. Let's look at the health differences here. So Formally is really low, and you know, Formally is really low, and Full Claw is really low, right? Simo is at. I'm amazed that Simo still has his mantle on that's so low. Hero just must have been going really in on the melee. So, to conserve for a front, well, that's one thing, Hero. Well, I mean, honestly, you didn't like babysit Kushatria enough. You can just kind of like let Lock Edge do whatever he wanted, and I know I said this last week, and I'll say it again because here's a perfect example. It doesn't matter if you guys come out ahead in the one-on-one exchange if the damage is distributed improperly. Right? If the damage is distributed improperly. Oh, it was overcost. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was overcost, right? So you guys came out ahead, but you fucked up your damage because of it, which was like Kushatria won most of the exchanges, and you got a life lead, so to speak, but all the damage was front-loaded on Kushatria for the most part, and that caused Kushatria to get extremely imbalanced, so it just would have been better to not even have had those exchanges happen, even though they were actually beneficial for you, because despite them being beneficial, it just put too much of a damage load on Lock Edge, and he just crumbled. You know, he just couldn't handle all of that damage. He just had too much weight, and so the point is, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter whether or not the exchange was in his favor because, you know, Lock Edge won like 3 out of 5 of those exchanges, or like, you know, 4 out of 6 of them. He only got hit like twice, you know, big, like aside, or it came out even, right? So you guys were ahead, like you guys were definitely ahead, right? Akihiro and Lockett were definitely ahead, right? I mean, you know, Akihiro like full health, and you know, Simo and Formally were both at like sub 200 HP. They're both in like 1 combo to 2 combo kill range, right? So that it wasn't that they were like playing badly. It was that their health was all fucked up, and it just has to do with the fact that that Akihiro wasn't in front enough. Similarly, Lockett was not back enough. It's just like a team effort. It's not really one person's fault, right? Both players just like kind of let each other do their own thing, and that's just like not gonna happen in this game. It doesn't work like that. Like it can be good, and you know, I mean, if you have like a master on your team, yeah, it's like great. Just you know, keep doing that. But you know, in a lot of matchups, you really have to cooperate, and you know, this match is a pretty solid example of that. It's literally like, you know, the Kshatriya and Hainu team was ahead, but they just, you know, they just didn't stick together enough, and you know, like Kshatriya just can't handle that much heat like by herself. You know, she needs a body behind her. You know, she really feels much more at home, not having to just like constantly throw fences and run away like constantly, you know, because of it. All right, let's move on. There's like a lot of these. We've been talking a lot about them, but I think this is really insightful. That match was really good to talk about. All right, so here Formula's gonna play with prototype layout. So, you know, being a little bit too far. But honestly, I will say spacing is subtle, but you know, max red lock range basically is what you want to be. You tend to like poke out into the green a bit too much, so. Oh wow, that was like a really nice save. So, you know, it looks like you missed time a little bit of those shots, so you know, it's important. But you know, your prototype is that Simo, huh? Is this, yeah, it's still Simo. Simo playing Destiny is not working out so well. That sucks. Are you gonna get overcosted? Okay, barely not. Are you gonna get hit by this funnel? Okay. That's painful. I lay a Burger Kong, peace out. So, I mean, you know, so they're behind, but I mean, look at their health too. So, you know, it's Kushatri is taking a lot of damage too. So, I think you should have aimed for overcost. Like, you should have really aimed for overcost more. Because if you had gotten the overcost, it would have been like game over. But you're way too close here, way too close, just way too close. That maneuver moving forward was just, you know, too risky. Not too much to say about this match. I think it's probably over. All right. Ah! What the fuck is that? 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 Oh god, what the fuck is that? Oh. I have no comment. Oh god, what the fuck? He's playing with Hero this time, so looks like they swapped out. Oh, this is just a different set. So you so you know. Oh, you guys want to replay it? Okay, fuck. Okay, we'll replay it. Hold up. Oh man. Hold on, look at the main map. Hold up, so I'll get to the point where he activates. Hold up, okay. Activate, he has this melee combo, gets a knockdown, there's another melee, lands that melee. Okay, hold on. It's like slow-mo this. It's like, look at Simo. He just like boosted in and he just like fucking boosted in just straight up the finger. Alright. So back to this. You can just lay up. So like you're gonna try and get this like charge shot right here. Just right here. If you did it right here, it would have been okay. But instead, you did this like weird delay. So like you wanna be in tune with their landing timing. You know? I mean, it was because you landed. Honestly, that's the biggest problem. So like you had a lot of boosts. So like here, like you know that Suzabi is gonna be kind of like punished. So I would actually suggest you just boost backwards so that in case he accidentally greenlocks you, like boosting backwards like with 1 or 3, so you just have a clear shot. Like you just basically like you fucked up because like the camera fucked you up and it was just and you landed, right? So preventing yourself from landing and pulling back earlier, would have been two birds with one stone, right? Pull back gives you a better clear view. Also, boosting before you land would make sure that this landing, which interrupted your timing, like wouldn't happen. Right? Even so, you still would have gotten it if you just let go, but whatever. So your problem was this. Like, look at your boost, right? So like you boost hopped and you fired, but instead of landing, you like boosted again, and then you were just doomed from this point on. You're just totally doomed. Yeah, it was a really good assist actually by Togo. Psychic, perhaps. I am streaming at 5,000 uprate, so if you are lagging, you probably need to lower the resolution because I'm uploading at like a really high quality now. Good. Very clean. That's exactly what you want. You're recovering your BZ, your BZ's up again. So you wanted to sidestep there. You were doomed if you didn't sidestep there. Well, I guess you could have boosted, but sidestep would have been really good. Yeah, good. So you're getting these nice, clean, solid BRBZs. It's really good. Yeah, so you want this punish here. That was really dangerous too. Ah, what's going on with what's going on here? What's going on with Gunnerzaku? Bursted, and it's like it's moving around. You dodge it. Oh, never mind. I thought that was Gunnerzaku, but I see that that's just a being silly. I thought that was Gunnerzaku for a second. Flipping out, man. You might as well have just gone for a melee or something. It's pretty important that you activate, actually, because, well, I mean, I guess you can get a full here, but if you want a second half afterwards, oh shit! Oh, damage! Oh my god. Good, good. So what the fuck happened to Kenji? Why I like Kenji's computer blow up? What happened? Yeah, finals are cheap in lag, man. Good. Good, good swivel. That's great. Great, 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 great. Very good. That's perfect. That was like really risky. Well, this is smart though. At least you're just gonna let him die. That's like great, you know. Better that than. Ah! So you know. What the hell, like Kenji? What the fuck, man? Why is all your shit just like being robbed? So like there you really need to realize like you're doing a Vernier. When you do a Vernier move like that, you really gotta look out for when shots come, and if they come, you really gotta boost out as soon as possible. It's definitely reactable. It's easily reactable. Like. I mean, this is. I mean. So you get like from here all the way to like he even bursted. So when he bursts, like here I would just like mash boost, like mash boost. Yeah. You fucking chia steak. Does Chia Steak not know about Failfish? Because Failfish is like the best new face, man. It's like the best face. Okay. So. Oh. Sorry. So. Let's change this layout. Okay guys, so that's going to conclude today's Second Impact. I'm going to go ahead and just briefly cover the things I mentioned formally. God, sorry. So some things I didn't cover formally. Your boomerang usage. You don't use boomerang enough. Sometimes you use it in times you shouldn't, but I generally haven't seen you use boomerang very wisely. So I would say use boomerang more as a mid-screen, like, poking / zoning tool. Boomerang is okay as anti-melee, but it's kind of slow, so I actually don't like it too much in a kind of dog, like, air-to-air fight. But as a kind of like mid-range poking tool, it can be really good to throw out. So also be aware of all the different versions of it. It's more than 3, it's a lot. So do be aware of like the different ranges and different stuff your boomerang is used for. So, you know, try and throw out, what the fuck's going on, chat? So do try and like throw out, you know, the boomerang. Let's see. So I like that you're using charge shot B a lot more like efficiently. It's like, you know, it makes a lot more sense and stuff like that. Learn some 6B combos, definitely. And, you know, just kind of try and break the habit of like hopping and then BRing at the top and then like boosting away, you know, like try and avoid those try and avoid wasting too much boost, because as a 2K, you do kind of need to save that boost. It's precious. You know, a lot of the other things we talked about. The biggest thing I haven't mentioned yet that I want to about these matches is you tend to 1v1 a bit too much. So it's okay because you're learning the game still, and like you're getting better at these like one-on-one exchanges and understanding kind of these kind of Twitch decision making situations. But I don't really see you supporting your partner very much, right? So you should really try and help look out for cuts rather than like build your own opportunities. You kind of just like hunt the back player a lot and kind of bring it into 1v1 situations. So I would really recommend you spend a little bit more time trying to stick to your partner and help him poke where he's poking and cut for him and stuff like that, rather than seek out the back player and like straight up one-on-one him. So I would really recommend that as kind of your next big step, is try and really, you know, try and work on knowing how to play, like how to actually, you know, support your partner. And you do play close to your partner a lot of time and stuff like that, but you tend to kind of just like branch out and go on a 1v1 fight, which sometimes is okay, but you tend to not really like have a rhyme or reason to. You just like want to do it. Like, so it's really great to do, especially when you see an opening. But a lot of time I just see you just pretty much just beeline for this other guy and be like, I'm just gonna fight him one-on-one, you know. And your suit's not that good at that, so I wouldn't really recommend it unless you see a particular reason. Good. Okay, so that's gonna be all we're gonna do for today's Second Impact. Once again, tomorrow's the Shuffle Tournament. I have to start at 4 p.m. instead of 5, I'm sorry. So if you can't make it at 5, we'll do another one. I'll make up for it somehow. Also, we have Donnie-sen, so I actually kind of, I don't really value the shuffle as much because I'm like, oh, well, you know, we do these Donnie-sens, it's like as important, you know, so don't feel too bad. I mean, to show up for the Donnie-sens is just as good, right? This is kind of just like a fun little thing, so it'll be really fast and just, you know, whatever. And apparently, Blitznay is going to donate $20 PSN code to the winner, so if you want that money, please go ahead and enter. Let's see, anything else I want to say? Again, you know, if you haven't thought of submitting before, please do. And yeah, that's about it. So, you know, we're still doing these. If you missed the archive, or if you missed stuff, it'll be uploaded on YouTube soon, pretty soon. So look forward to that. I know I haven't uploaded the other one on YouTube yet too, so I'm gonna do that like today probably. Anyway, so tomorrow we have the Shuffle Tournament. We're gonna start early, and I'm gonna have to leave somewhat early. So I'm gonna probably leave around 6 p.m.-ish and not be back for the rest of the day. So it'll be a short day tomorrow. But I'll try and start early so we can just have some fun and, you know, watch some stuff. So that's gonna be it in terms of like Second Impact stuff. I'm gonna restart the stream and then we'll get started doing random stuff. But you know, that's what we're gonna do for today. So again, Shuffle Tournaments, Donnie-san, if you don't know about, check out the forums, got all the information. So just, you know, everything, yeah, blah 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 blah. All right, see you guys in a bit.